are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
le
attack
Nord
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
le
attack
Nord
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Dámy a pánové, jestli mohu poprosit
Ladies and gentlemen,
zaujmout svá místa.
please take your seats.
Vážený pane premiére, vážený pane
Dear
ministře,
Prime Minister,
vaše excelence,
Mr. Minister, Your
generálové,
Excellencies,
dámy a pánové,
Generals, ladies and
dovolte mi,
gentlemen,
abych vás
I would like
nesrdečně
to
uvítal na 9.
welcome you
ročníku
at the ninth
Národní bezpečnostní
year of
konference
the
naše
National
bezpečnostní
Security
spořenost,
Conference called Our Security
jejíž
Cannot Be
název
Taken for
má v
Granted.
kontextu aktuálního dění velmi
Its
symbolický
title
význam.
has a very symbolic
Právě dnes,
meaning
jako 14
within the
dnů,
context
co
of
Rusko
current
napadlo Ukrajinu
situation.
a do
It's
našich
2 weeks since Russia invaded Russia, and the term that we thought we will never use, and that is that there is war in Europe, came back to our vocabulary. This situation again confirmed that security truly cannot be taken for granted, but also that security is an elementary foundation of the functioning of the society, including economic prosperity and social stability. That's why I would like to thank all those who are actively involved in helping fighting Ukraine. And I could say that the global COVID-19 wave was replaced by the global wave of solidarity. And now I would like to declare a minute of silence for all the victims of the war in Ukraine.
Děkuji.
Thank you.
Nyní bych se rád s vámi
And now I would like to share with you 2 brief notes. The first relates to the Ukraine. Its strategic importance was uncovered in December by the migration wave. If at that time Kiev had the same regime as Minsk, then we would see the migration crisis not only at the border of Belarus and Poland, but also Ukrainian. And that's why there is no need, I guess, to highlight the strategic importance of Ukraine for Europe. Today, it's the 20th anniversary of Prague's NATO summit, where 7 countries of the former Eastern Bloc were invited to join the NATO, and now they form the eastern flank. And we see the strategic importance of this extension, as had they not received the invitation, then we would have most probably seen a much wider belt of instability than what we can see today. And that was my second note, highlighting the importance of transatlantic connections that was important 20 years ago during the extension of NATO, and it is for us an irreplaceable pillar of our security. And I believe that the best advertisement for future existence of NATO is the list of those for whom NATO is a problem. The conference takes place during historic times. Our original plan was to discuss the preparation of the upcoming NATO summit in Madrid and also the first 100 days of the new Czech government. But these topics we however decided to change a little bit and to add some new topics related to the current situation. For example, the role of the local defense industry and its importance. And we also decided to keep some of the topics as we believe that they are timeless. The 9th conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, is held under the auspices of Prime Minister of Czech Republic Petr Fiala, the First Deputy Minister and Ministry of Interior Vít Rakušan, Minister of Foreign Affairs Jan Lipavský, and Minister of Defense Jana Černochová. I would like to thank all the partners. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to organize this conference. So we thank the Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic and the Public Diplomacy Division of NATO, our channel partner Czechoslovak Group, our partners Vodochody Aerospace, Česká zbrojovka, Lockheed Martin, and also Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. And also we would look forward to the traditional toast at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the partner is race service. So the guests, once again, our security cannot be taken for granted. And now I would like to ask Director of Foreign Department of the Office of the President of the Czech Republic, Rudolf Jindřich, who will present the greetings from President Miloš Zeman.
Vážený pane premiére, vážený pane ministře, vážení hosté, vážení přátelé, mi ctí přednést zdravici.
Dear Minister, dear Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it is my honor to present the speech of President Zeman, who unfortunately cannot be here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I am pleased that the 9th conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, is taking place at Prague Castle again this year. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and apologize for not being able to attend in person due to other working obligations. I am aware that this year is extraordinary because it is under extraordinary circumstances. It is evident that the date of 24 February 2022 will go down in history as a tragic one, similar to 9/11 or the 1st of September 1939. The current developments in Ukraine show that the relatively long period of peace in Europe was more an exception than the rule. It seemed to us that the days of modern prosperity on our continent meant that war is an outdated concept. We were convinced that economically and culturally connected countries would not fight one another. However, on the 24th of February 2022, all these assumptions proved wrong. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the so-called special operation as it is called in Russia, is nothing else than an attack of one sovereign country on another. This whole military action has deep and complicated roots, which could be analyzed for hours and viewed in a broader context. But first and foremost, Russia's actions in Ukraine must be seen as an inadmissible aggression and trampling on the international law and the security order in Europe. This is obvious. These are the facts. So Russian Federation has unleashed a war in a neighboring country, which needs to be clearly and resolutely condemned. We already know that as international communities we have underestimated the more or less supposed historical wrongs and lowest human instincts that lead to violence. I certainly do not want to scare you. I just know that the current conflict faces a threat of apocalyptic proportions. The recent debate over the supposedly unnecessary defense spending in times of peace and security proved completely wrong in just a few hours. One country after another started announcing increased defense spending. The 2% of GDP threshold is no longer considered as a mere commitment to NATO. And who would have thought just a few days ago that even Berlin would make a 180-degree turn in the security area and start sending weapons to Ukraine. Germany even announced a one-off increase in defense spending in the amount of 100 billion euros. So now the 2% defense spending should be a matter of course. These days also demonstrate the importance of the years 1999 and 2004. We are under the protection of the strongest military alliance in the world and members of the European Union. And thanks to that, we can sleep a little better. Today's tragic war in Ukraine should be a wake-up call for Western civilization. The West has not been more united since the middle of the last century than it was after the 24th February 2022. We can see that modern warfare uses a variety of effective instruments and that the T-72 tanks are not necessarily the most effective weapon. And we have to also upgrade our army with high-efficient UAVs and other modern technology. And in this context, I'm glad that the army has heard my long-standing calls for their inclusion in the Czech army military equipment. Those who had predicted the imminent collapse of Western civilization emphasized its decadent tendencies and reluctance to fight for its well-being. But they were proven wrong by the current situation and the humanitarian crisis of unprecedented scales, the worst since World War II. I'm pleased to see the reaction of the Czech people towards the Ukrainian refugees, showing them a great sense of belonging. And I'd like to thank the Czech people for that. Today, more than ever, we can see that our security cannot be taken for granted. Every morning, we should be grateful that there is no war in our territory and that we are members of NATO and the EU. But at the same time, we should be aware that we have to fight for our security, even if war is taking place beyond our borders. Thank you and enjoy today's date. Greetings from Miloš Zeman, President of the Republic.
Tak mi dovolte poděkovat.
I would like to thank for the address from the President of the Czech Republic, Miloš Zeman, delivered by Rudolf Jindrák. And now I would like to ask for the speech by Jan Lipavský, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Dámy a pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by quoting an idea of Václav Havel from early 1990s, and it says, I think that there is this Russian problem existing for many centuries, and that is that Russia is not quite sure where it starts and ends. And although it is the largest country in the world, it feels that it is a bit small, and it is threatened by even the tiniest neighbors around it. This idea was repeated by Václav Havel also in August 2008, shortly after Russia invaded Georgia and stopped just dozens of kilometers from Tbilisi, its capital. In 2014, Russia, in its neo-imperial ambition, took over the Crimean part of Ukrainian territory and started an artificial bloody conflict in its eastern part. The European security system was disintegrating. The basic principles forming the European security architecture were openly questioned and ignored by Russia. And today, it is useless and ineffective to dispute whether a stronger approach of the West could turn away this huge historic catastrophe that we are witnessing today. Today's conference takes place within a context when Russia definitely is out of the family of civilized nations, and the time when it dealt a heavy blow to the international order. So we are facing a historic challenge. What is the definition and how to build new foundations of European and global security? With revanchist and neo-imperialistic Russia at the borders and with the criminal Putin's regime that will stop at nothing. With Russia that still has a veto at the UN Security Council and has contemptuous attitude to standards of international law. And the situation when the Chinese-Russian declaration unprecedentedly declares their joint ambitions to form a future world order that will replace the order after the fall of Iron Curtain. In this world order, Russia and China force us to respect their security interests and their territorial ambitions. It was a warning towards Ukraine and also a warning towards Taiwan. It is also a warning for the whole democratic world, and that is that aggressive authoritarian regimes could act with no scruples and could use whatsoever means to achieve their strategic goals. And one of the reasons of that development is the conviction that the democratic world is weakened and in decline. And Ukraine is yet another of the victims of this mad idea. And our collective answer within NATO and EU makes it more difficult for Putin to reach the goal and to destroy their statehood by subordination to Moscow or creating a puppet government. Putin trampled on the UN Charter, the foundation of international law and European security architecture, and our help to Ukraine, political, military, economic, humanitarian, must continue in parallel with the efforts to prevent extension of the war to further territories. And our unity may not be weakened. Our solidarity with Ukraine must remain unwavering. Securing our security since the late 1990s is closely linked to the membership in NATO, and accession to the EU was yet another important step. For those who say that membership in these organizations restrict our sovereignty, have a clear answer. Our statehood and security could be secured only by strong anchoring within the EU and NATO. And the strength of NATO and EU is in the strength of its individual members. And that's why the Czech Republic needs to strengthen its military capabilities and be ready for painful budgetary decisions. And although security in Europe is in ruins, and both these organizations, the two pillars of our security, must reassess all strategic starting points that define the tools and means to ensure security of its members, we actually have to change the way of thinking. And the system based on dialogue, openness, predictability, and others, because of Russia and its geopolitical desires, failed. Russia will not disappear. Putin's regime showed once again that there are no internal brakes to keep their behavior within acceptable limits. And the only reaction is to limit behavior of this regime by strengthening capabilities, resilience, solidarity, sanctions, and international isolation of Russia. We have to deal with how to get rid of this poisonous impact that was building under the cover of influence operation, untransparent business relations, cyber attacks, etc. I firmly believe, that Russian tanks will never arrive to Prague. The Russian influence, however, is also very harmful, and we have to apply this to any authoritarian power. We have progressed in building national resilience, but there are still vulnerabilities, and that's why we need not only a government but also societal access where no modern military equipment will defend us. Both in EU and NATO, we are right now overwhelmed by emergency measures, but there is an acute need of medium-term strategic reassessment of many questions. It is clear that a combined power of Europe and NATO, their military and non-military tools, could be efficient even after the war starts. It would be more efficient if we would be able to use them on time, in a coordinated manner, and without respecting economic interests, as we would prevent that in the future the European security system would be formed by open confrontation and militarized divide in Europe. And for that we need strong NATO, both from the political and military point of view, with a changed access to a defense position in the East. We also need restructuring of the current concept of forward presence, and collective defense and deterrence must receive a new dimension within the three tasks of the alliance. Strengthening of security and defense cooperation within EU is needed, but not towards a non-defined strategic autonomy, but towards true defense capabilities of EU member states, thus contributing to securing security in Europe and its eastern and southern neighbors. And we need strategic unity of both organizations, and even the strategic documents that are being prepared must lead to that. Our security agenda of early 1990s, called Europe Whole, Free and at Peace, was not destroyed by the Russian attack to Ukraine. It was destroyed by our laziness, short-sightedness, and inability of a larger part of the European political class and inhabitants to understand that where aggressive authoritarian regime expands, then there our security cannot be taken for granted, which is the title of this conference for several years. Today, everybody understands that we live in a world where security of our country must be the subject of enduring interest of the political representation and the whole society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkuji panu ministrovi Janu Lipavskému.
Thank you very much, Minister Lipavsky. And just a brief comment. After yesterday, we had an expert discussion whether this is a change in the strategic environment, what's happening now. And the consensus was that the security paradigm changed, but that our reaction to the change must be strategic. So who knows what the situation will be next year when we meet here during the 10th edition. But now it is time to ask Petr Fiala, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, to come to the stage. And we very much appreciate that he found time in his busy schedule to come and say his contribution. Dear Minister, Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak at this conference once again. I would like to thank the organizers not only for their invitation, but also for their persistence in organizing this event. They have my great thanks for that. And since I have participated in these or attended these conferences basically right from the beginning in various roles, when I received the invitation to this year's edition, I started to think about what possible arguments I should make so that everyone finally realizes that even though we live or seem to live in a times of peace, we must invest in our security, and not because someone wants us to, but because it's important for our own sake, for our own security, for preserving this peace. And only a few weeks later, it is evident that I do not have to convince anyone. The perception of our own security has made a 180-degree turn. And those who were against increasing our defense spending and thought that such defense spending was useless and perhaps wanted to swap our security for the votes of their constituents in elections are those who are the loudest when it comes to calling for increased investments. And I think it is a good thing. It's important that we all realize how important our security is and that we have to invest in it. Of course, the reason of this unity is clear. I don't have to remind you of it. Europe is at war. That's the reason. The greatest horrors and atrocities are taking place in Ukraine, which Vladimir Putin has decided to occupy and destroy the very existence of this independent state. Vladimir Putin, who over the 20 years of his rule wasn't able to offer Russia and Russians a better life and prosperity, so he decided to justify his rule by supposedly protecting Russia from an external enemy. Since there is no such enemy and still isn't, he had to create one. I think no one believes the stories of protecting the lives of compatriots abroad, so he came up with this idea of denazification of Ukraine. And similar things that we hear from Russia time and again. But this time Putin miscalculated, and we have to repeat it again and again. His actions were met with stiff resistance from Ukrainians, resistance that he did not expect, resistance that we should hold in high esteem. Ukrainians, heroes who protected their homes and their homeland. And at their helm is President Zelensky, who just a few weeks or months ago was mocked by many as a comedian, as was emphasized. He was underestimated, but now he is the true leader and hero of the nation. And Ukrainians are united behind him. But still, admiration and moral support are not enough in a fight against a stronger enemy, and cannot be enough. 2 weeks ago, I had a speech at the Chamber of Deputies right after the Russian aggression, and I said that the West had failed in Russia's past aggressions. And some of these aggressions were named here already today. The West was not clear enough, did not show Russia clearly that it was not going to tolerate it. It did not do enough to deter Russia from other activities. But I said that this time I believed the Western world would respond better, harder, faster, and above all united. And after a few weeks, I must say, I am glad to say that I was right. Well, I'm not saying it just because I don't like being wrong, but the reason I'm saying it is because such unity is important not only for our security, but also helps Ukraine and makes it stronger in its fight against Russia. I am sure that all the steps that we are taking right now, be it the Czech Republic or the EU or NATO, have several objectives. The main objective, or the first and main objective, is to stopping the Russian attacks and the withdrawal of the Russian occupiers from Ukraine, sooner or later. Of course, the tough sanctions are helping a lot. Sanctions of an unprecedented scale, we must also emphasize it, that have been imposed in the past weeks. And we can see that they work. We saw ruble plummet. We saw Russian joint stock companies leaving the market. We see also tens of thousands of brave Russians who disagree with the Russian or with the president's policies and are actively opposing them. Unfortunately, they are still in the minority, but the crackdown on them shows that the regime is afraid of them. The sanctions are of an unprecedented scale. I know that many of you, and I myself, can imagine even harsher sanctions. And we will try to push them through within the EU or the entire transatlantic environment, because what Russia is doing in Ukraine is absolutely unacceptable. But at this stage, we can already say that the unity of the Western world and the unprecedented sanctions are working. The second objective is helping Ukraine to defend itself. This is very important for Ukraine. It's just, and it is important for us as well. We saw the Czech Republic starting and other countries starting sending weapons, delivering weapons to Ukraine to help the brave Ukrainians in their fight and try to slow down and in some cases even stop the progress of Russian occupants or occupiers. We can see that some of these deliveries of weapons can be used immediately in the fight of Ukrainians in their fight. Of course, we cannot forget about the humanitarian side of the matter. And we cannot forget about the humanitarian assistance that Ukrainians need, be it the supply of fuel and also help to Ukrainians and their loved ones. The third objective is to help women, children, the elderly, and also those who are fighting, or parents of those who are fighting in Ukraine today. I am talking about the refugees, but these are not refugees who are fleeing Ukraine for better life. They are fleeing Ukraine to save their own lives, and we have to remember this. We have to be aware that we are also helping those who are fighting for their homeland, because knowing that their family, their loved ones are safe is very important for their morale, and they need it the most. When I'm looking at the level of support for Ukrainians in our country, I must say I'm very proud, because it turned out that when things are tough, Czechs can be united and help not only themselves but others. Czechs can come together in times when it's needed, and this level of solidarity and a wave of support to Ukrainians is something that we should remind ourselves every time. Perhaps a few weeks from now we are doubting ourselves, we are saying that we are just a small country who is powerless and cannot do anything, cannot have its voice heard on the international stage. It is not true. It is not true. We are reminded of it time and again. We can see that our country is full of people who are willing to help not only their loved ones, but also to people that they've never met in their life. I visited the refugee centers, and I saw dozens of people who were caring for war and road-weary refugees. And in the eyes of these Ukrainians, in addition to fear for their country and their loved ones, I saw a sight of relief and gratitude for the way we take care of them. And I would like to promise and openly say that we will not stop helping them. The Czech Republic will not stop helping Ukraine and Ukrainians. We have to help them not only because of our friendship, but because of our own conscience and morals. At the beginning, I said that Europe was at war. Perhaps some of you may think I'm exaggerating a bit, that there is fighting in Ukraine going on, that it's just some part of Europe, some distant part of Europe, that Russia is fighting only against Ukraine, not against Europe. But this is not true. Vladimir Putin decided to declare war not only against Ukraine, but the entire Europe. He only chose different instruments. Whereas he invaded Ukraine with tanks, he's fighting Europe with cyber attacks and disinformation attacks. And he also triggered a wave of refugees who are fleeing the war. Also energy issues. These all are steps that the Russian policy is to blame for. These all are factors that Russia has planned for in advance. And it shows that Russia's aim is not only the destabilization of Ukraine, but the destabilization of the entire Europe. And we must respond to these steps. We have to bear it in mind and react to it at both the national and international level. Today and tomorrow there will be an informal summit in Versailles that I will attend on behalf of the Czech Republic. I am glad that I can attend both events, this conference and the conference tomorrow. And one of the issues that we will have to address is the energy policy. It is obvious that there must be a further review of our energy mix. And this time, not with the aim of decarbonizing our energy mix, but mainly to diversify it, to get it out of the heavy dependence on Russia. We can hear this voice louder and louder at every meeting. It was also clear during the V4 meeting with Prime Minister Johnson. We hear it even louder than before that Europe cannot be dependent on Russian energy sources. But it's a bit of a déjà vu. It's been here before, and we did not succeed in the past. As a member of the academia, I followed similar debates for years, even later as a politician. When you remember the past Czech EU Council presidency, and Mirek Topolánek, Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, will confirm it. One of the most important issues at that time was energy and decreasing our dependence on Russia. It's been 13 years since our past EU presidency, and we can see that these efforts were not successful. The transport routes have changed, but the source of raw materials has remained the same. And now it's clear where it leads to, so we cannot make this mistake again. The following months will not be easy. We can expect further increases in energy and fuel prices. Fortunately, the warmer months are approaching, which should slow down the rate of price increases, so we will have several months to invest in energy savings where we can in a short time, where we can achieve it over this short period of time, such as home insulations, acquisition of alternative sources of heating and electricity. And of course, we have to come up with new plans to help our people with the high energy bills. We also have to increase the minimum supplies so that we have some reserves in case of outages. But we have to look for alternative sources of energy, of alternative energy suppliers. We've already taken a few steps in this direction, but others will follow. Others have to follow. But we also have to realize that this is not the end of these solutions. We have to look for new solutions. We have to decrease our dependence on Russia, our energy dependence. And I'm not talking just about the Czech Republic, but entire Europe. This is a huge challenge that we have to meet. The second major aspect of the war that we can feel very acutely is the influx of refugees, people fleeing Ukraine to save their lives. I don't even want to say the number that yesterday it was 100,000, but this number is increasing, or yesterday it was even 150,000 refugees, and the number is increasing every hour. In most cases, these are people who have come to visit their loved ones, who have a family here, but and have ties to the Czech Republic. But this will change. We will see more people coming here who are simply fleeing their country. They are coming here, but they don't have any ties, any family relations here. They do not know what to expect here. And we have to help these people as well. These people also will need accommodation and other related issues. So when it comes to the system of welcoming refugees, the Czech Republic has a well-functioning processes in place, well-functioning system. So we are able to handle even the high numbers of refugees that are coming here. And there are still new waves to come. So our main goal is to help these people integrate into everyday life, make it possible for them to find a job, make it possible for their children to attend school. The main objective is to make sure that while they stay here in the Czech Republic, they can stand on their own feet. So to make sure that they don't need our financial support so much. So individual ministries are trying to come up with new legislation, which is necessary to accelerate this process so that these people can come here, their children can attend school, and they can simply stand on their own 2 feet. This is in our interest, but also in the interest of the people coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, even though this conference has always been primarily about external security, defense, I didn't really touch upon this issue so much, but this was on purpose. This was deliberate. Because I think no one here doubts, as was the case in the past, that we need to invest more in our defense. And that's what we are going to do. Of course, the target is to achieve 2% of defense spending, 2% of GDP defense spending. And the party that I represent has been trying to do so for years. Now we have to react to the current situation. So last week, we proposed another billion Czech crowns in the Ministry of Defense budget. And in case it is necessary, we are ready to do another, or to increase the budget even more, because because we need to make sure that defense spending is growing in such a rate that by 2024 we will achieve the 2% of GDP threshold as we promised, and as at least I believe the entire political spectrum is in favor of. And as regards weapons acquisition or military equipment acquisitions, I'm sure the Defense Minister Jana Černochová and her deputy will talk about it in greater detail, just briefly. So I focused on issues that perhaps might not be so related to defense as such, but also are very connected to this topic and to the topic of this conference. So thank you. Thank you very much for not for helping and for not being ignorant about what's going on. Difficult times are ahead of us, but I'm sure that we will overcome it and we will come out stronger than before. Enjoy today's conference.
Vážený pane premiére, dovolte mi poděkovat.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for being with us and also for your words, the internal aspect. Yesterday evening we discussed it, because one thing is to perceive what is going on several hundreds of kilometers towards the east, but also what the Czech Republic is going to face in the next month. There will be also consequences for the Czech economy, social situation, health, security. Thank you for saying these words. And also the second aspect are the security spendings or defense spendings. We supported for many years the growth in defense spendings, and hopefully this has been resolved, and thank you very much for that, as the whole system needs to work, and for that we need political will, and I would like to thank the government for their political will as they declare it. I also would like to thank all the representatives of the government and the office of the President for opening this conference, the 9th conference. And now we'll start with the first panel. I would like to ask Jan Havránek and members of the first panel to take their floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the first panel of our conference that will follow on the forewords and the address from the President and the speeches of the Minister and Prime Minister. I would like to welcome here our guests. We have František Schulz, Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, then Václav Bartuška, who is the Special Envoy for Energy Security of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, And last but not least, Alexandra Vondra, who is the member of the European Parliament and the former defense minister. We had several important statements in the first speeches, and if I was to sum it up, it says that the world has changed, Europe has changed. Prime Minister said that Europe is at war, and the first panel that focuses on the change of the security environment should look at this change in more detail. I would like to ask the guests for their initial speeches, and I would like to also start with a couple of questions. So, how Europe and world has changed? What is the change in the security environment? And what should we prepare for, or what should we get used to? What is the change in paradigm? We used to hear about strategic confrontation and competition between USA and Russia, USA and China. And then there are questions about what is the role in Europe in these competitions. Isn't it that perhaps we actually from competition came to an open conflict, and how to prepare for it in your segments at the Ministry of Defense? So what has changed from the point of view of securing the defense capabilities? Then we talk about energy security. Prime Minister mentioned that. So Václav, I would like to ask you to comment on that. And Alexandre, you are involved in the defense environment, and you know what the EU is going through. Is the change positive? What else could we do? The foreign minister said that there must be close cooperation between the EU and NATO. So will that also change, or should we continue in those intellectual debates, or is it just a luxury? So these are my first questions, and I pass the floor on to the members of the panel. František, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to say a couple of sentences, but first of all, I would like to apologize. Our Minister of Defense, she's busy, couldn't be here, so I will try to be her proxy, although she would love to be here at this traditional conference, as it is very important for the security community and the whole country. I would like to start by remembering 2008, when I was a journalist and I was in Georgia during this several-day war, and I wrote several articles. And when I was getting ready for this conference and thinking about the topic, I actually read through some of them because you could actually steal from your past ideas. It's not a problem in academia. And I wrote in one of the articles, this war in Georgia will have a great impact and importance for the future of Europe, as this is the realization of Putin's idea to become great again. And I also quoted George Friedman, who wrote that this lesson is not for the Americans. It is a message for Ukrainian, for Central Asian nations, and also it is a message for Poland and the Czech Republic. It's been 14 years, and we see that these were the words of a prophet, but not everyone of us were ready to accept them. So what is the lesson we took from this strategic message? Not much. If we look into region, we could say that Poland took the greatest lesson, as they approached their defense in a very responsible way. We are sort of somewhere in the middle, not bad but not great. Russia, led by Putin, is quite aggressive, and they do not doubt using any means. We can see it in Ukraine. what was not used, such as the missile for civilian areas and residential areas. This is something that cannot be tolerated, and it's unheard of. For the past 20 years, we focused on terrorism. We thought it was the biggest threat or disintegration of states. And then in the East, there was something growing that wants to use the traditional state and is willing to pursue their interests by any type of force. The tendency to see the events of the past years separately is, I believe, a great mistake. That's why I started by the Ukrainian war. That's why I mention year 2001 and the focus on fight against non-state players. Russia and China are able to push on our neuralgic points, Taiwan, Korean border, Japan in Europe, Ukrainian, Baltic states, Syria, Libya, Northern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Mali. There is another proxy war going on, and Russia and China created these points while we were trying to cooperate, and we would say that it wouldn't be that bad. But at any of these points, they are able to push quite efficiently. And we have to realize that in the past 20 years, we actually joined head-on this multipolar world, and it actually reminds us of the world at the end of the 19th century, what it means for us. First of all, I say it, the end of weakness. Any goodwill, any offer will be interpreted as weakness. We need to get used to it. We have to realize that. We also have to forget about the idea that the Czech Republic could be a bridge between the East and West. It's just an illusion. No one wants this from us. No one will want it from us. Also, not to blame ourselves. We are strong, and we showed it in case of Ukraine. Within the EU and NATO, we are able to adopt measures. If we are united, we are able to deter Russia. We are able to use force, but we need to use them together. But we cannot to focus on ourselves. Also, we have to get rid of naivety. Russia and China will not actually pay respect to us. We need to use the tools, military tools that we have anywhere. In Africa or Middle East, there are proxy wars starting, and it's the way how to deter expansion of Russia and China. We need to be pragmatic. We cannot lie to ourselves that it will resolve somehow. The end of excuses. We need to arm, and I am glad that it has been voiced here by the current government. It's part of the manifesto. We need to use the word deterrence in our vocabulary. It came back, the word that we wanted to forget. And fifth, at the end of showing one face and then the other one, physical expansion, as we see in Ukraine, is accompanied by expansion in space and also in the cyberspace. And their importance will grow, and deterrence will be of key importance in these areas. It's interesting to look at the power of corporations. We were discussing whether to exclude Russia from SWIFT. Then the solution that was taken was sort of somewhere in the middle. But corporations, Facebook, YouTube, McDonald's, they decided to take actions. And these are those important symbols that are seen in Russia. Every citizen can see it. And we as states must be able to cooperate with corporations, not fight with them, because they are powerful. And these are symbols, true symbols. And only together we can deter and stop the evil. We didn't want competition, we didn't want war, but we have both, and we will need to deal with this. And that's all I wanted to say for the time being.
Prosím Václava Bartušku. Premiér hovořil o možnosti snížit
Now, Václav Bartuška, Special Envoy for Energy Security. We heard about decreasing our energy dependence on Russia. Are we even able to do so? Because Russia is still using the energy sector as a weapon. Not only as a weapon or as part of the hybrid war, but now a part of open war. So what are the possibilities? You yourself were here during the first energy crisis in 2009 and the energy attack on Ukraine, or the Russian energy attack on Ukraine. Have we drawn any lessons, and what else should we be prepared for? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dependence on a supplier, in this particular case, Russia, the Russian Federation, is something that made sense for a large part of our industry and was acceptable for the politicians. That's why it even happened. And if we are to cease being dependent on them, we will need not only politicians but also the cooperation of the economic sector. And it is not a question of 1 month. It's a question of it will take years. Words are not important, acts are. So when we see a link between France and Spain, we can be sure that Europe means business. They have many ports that can accept an LNG. So Spain has many LNG ports, but there is no link to France. Then there are no links between Germany and other eastern countries. When we see the links for energy supplies, we can be sure that Europe means business. But until this happens, especially when we talk about the eastern flank of NATO, be it the Baltic states, Poland, and so on, let's be realistic here. We need to have the pipes, we need to have the piping here. So that it all can work. So words are great, we're used to that, but these are projects that you need to follow for years. When you hear that France and Spain, after 40 years, came to the conclusion that they will create a pipe link, you can be sure that we are serious. Because until this happens, these are just empty words. And the role of governments is changing, because there's this business saying that markets can tell you how much a risk will cost you, a risk of fire, a risk of flood, and so on. They can tell you how much it will cost, but they cannot affect if it happens or not. We can see it in the case of fuel. Insurance companies were not able to insure cargo of fuels because of what's going on. And this can also happen in case of fuel imports and fuel exports. Simply, insurance companies will not want to bear the risk of something going wrong. So let's prepare for this, because there might be outages happening without any political intervention. I don't think that Russia will turn off its fuel exports to Europe, because their fuel exports or energy exports basically earn their money. They are dependent on their energy exports. But it could happen because simply insurance companies will not want to insure the transport. So we have to remember that words are okay, words are fine, they seem nice, but actions are needed. I remember that some 10 years ago or 13 years ago when we asked Spain and France whether they will create this gas pipe link between their countries, they said no. And that was the end of the discussion. Sasha, reaction of the West. Was it adequate? Was it strong enough? Or is there something else that we can do? And what does it say about the cooperation between the US and Europe? We haven't mentioned the US that much today, but we can see that the role of the United States is crucial in these times. Good morning. To give you a quick response, I think the European reaction was better than in the past. The level of unity was quite surprising, actually, and good. But still, I think this was more about psychological confrontation, psychological shock, because this was something that no one really expected in this extent. And the more we confront, or the more we are confronted with real challenges on one hand, and with the challenge to make a mental shift on the other side, I think the more discussions we will face, and the unity cannot be taken for granted. To give you a response in line with today's with the title of this conference. So we hear that this invasion changed the world. This is something that we've heard many times before. 9/11 changed the world. No, it did not. It only showed to us that even the strongest could be hit by a small, and even one person or a small organization. It was a blow, but it did not change the world. Then there were two crises: economic crisis, 2008, and migration crisis. Both of them were in to a certain extent, their source in the United States. And again, it did not change the one. Then we saw the withdrawal from the Middle East, which was basically the trigger for the migration crisis. It did not change the world, but it had an impact on Europe, because it showed them that there are some divisions in Europe. And then COVID came, the corona crisis came. And the world didn't change again, but it showed the limits of globalization. Suddenly, we saw that the system that was good for us and for others as well, it made our goods cheaper, it brought the people in the third world more wealth, but suddenly it proved how vulnerable we are, and we suddenly ran out of chips for our car factories and so on. So it showed us how vulnerable we are. But this, in my opinion, changed the world, truly changed the world, because we lived in a system that was built on a certain system of rules and values. Of course, sometimes there were some transgressions, but we would sit down at a table and resolve it, even during the past crisis. But suddenly, a person came who said no, who said, these rules don't apply to me. And we, as the Western world, have three ways to react. First, do nothing. This, fortunately, did not happen. Second choice, to defeat Putin with everything, with all that it takes. But that's what we excluded in the name of unity. So the third is to, hold him back. And that's our main interest of us in the eastern flank or in Central Europe, to basically keep Ukraine as a sovereign and independent and free state or country. You come to Brussels. You see, I'm sure you all know, Luxembourg Plaza in front of the European Parliament. And you can see several pubs, especially on a Thursday night. It's the big night, so because everyone is leaving on Friday, so they are all drinking on a Thursday night, not on Friday night. So that's a beer factory. If you walked there 2 weeks ago, you could see people having fun. Not a word about war. And now I'm not talking about the MEPs. I'm talking about inhabitants of this Western European city. They were watching football. They were having fun. They were talking about sports matches, just as if nothing happened. And this is also good to realize. So, by trying to deter Russia. And look at China, South Africa, India. They all abstained during the vote in the Security Council. So now we are waking up in a multilateral world of tough power politics, where we fight for resources, often see individual powers ignoring rules, and this might turn into a conflict, or we will find a balance that will prevent the conflict. And this is wrong, this is bad for us as the Czech Republic, because as a small country, or smallish country, of course we will better promote our interest in a world that is sharing some universal rules. The Versailles system gave us some rules, some world order. After the end of World War II, it gave us a free world. But now we are coming back to the Congress of Vienna, to Yalta, and so on. And this will not be just the Russian Federation. It will also be China, which will maneuver, India, which will take advantage of the situation. There will be new alliances created. But these alliances will not be solid. They will be fluid. And for us, what does it mean for us? For us, it means that we have to be ready for it mentally. Us here in Central Europe, we have a bit of an advantage because we still remember what it meant to live under the previous system, under the previous regime. But in Western countries, the situation is different. I've just spent 2 weeks in the European Parliament. We can see a bit of a wake-up call there as well, because yesterday we talked about getting rid of our energy dependence on Russia, but it's still like going halfway. Germans said that if it happened now, a chaos would break out. And this is important because when Germany says that a chaos would break out, everyone listens. When we said 2 weeks ago that if we don't change the Green Deal to prevent chaos because people don't have enough money to pay their energy bills, this type of chaos was interesting. It wasn't interesting for anyone. But when Germans said something similar, then everyone listened. We had a debate with Hans Timmermans. The Greens were again saying that in the times of armament, we will have to measure the carbon footprint of tanks. And the second or the vice president of the Commission said, yes, we have to do both. We have to arm, but also measure the carbon footprint. So you can see, and that's the answer to your main question, that the Western world is still not fully ready for this mental shift. Thank you.
We will do yet another round of questions from me to you, and then we'll open space for Q&A, or you can also ask questions using Slido. František, you talked about the need to prioritize defense spending. We also heard it from the Prime Minister. So what specifically are we going to do? Are we going to measure carbon footprint of tanks or do both? How to achieve those 2% at the time when many countries such as Germany, but also Poland, that will discuss actually 3% of GDP, how to actually pay this debt that we have from the past. Well, to measure a carbon footprint or to manufacture tanks, this mental shift will not occur that quickly. I think that we'll strive to do both for a certain time, and then silently we will stop measuring the carbon footprint, but it will be silently abandoned. But what I wanted to say also, the peak of globalization at the turn of the centuries was actually liquidated by World War First, or the Russian-Japan War. And what you said about the PAP, it's just an evidence that although we have internet and information is available online and information travel at the speed of light, they arrive slowly to certain places. So there is a mental distance. But as regards specific steps, I'll mention two things. One is help and assistance to Ukraine. And we were one of the first countries before the war started that actually provided assistance and help to Ukraine. And at the time of aggression, of the Russian aggression, we've been providing more and more. We are very active in it. And we could be proud about it. And at this time, we should be proud of that. And the second thing, since the very beginning, this government and the coalition actually said in its manifesto that they will increase defense spending to 2% by 2025. So that was the plan from the very beginning. And there is a political consensus that we have not had so far historically. And also the consensus is supported by facts, by what is going on in the Ukraine and the direct threat to our region. I wouldn't say our territory, but our world and our way of life. So we have started, and we have some specific results. We started to speed up our supplies, what the defense industry could supply. We have framework agreements. We try to also conclude addenda to these framework agreements. We try to speed up certain projects, such as resupplies of ammunition, of spare parts, or we try to speed up a project such as the tactical unmanned aerial vehicle or modernization of the 4th Brigade. That is not light, not other. So we try to speed these processes up, and we will continue in the months to come. And we will sign contracts so that we will truly speed up the modernization and upgrade. And as we sit here today and discuss it, that we need to speed it up and modernize, any country in the world is doing the same thing. Everybody wants to buy ammunition, but the capacities are limited. And there are huge regulations that apply. So there will be specific steps, but we cannot do everything within 2 months what we failed to do in the past couple of years. This discussion should be about specific steps. Václav, you said that specific steps should be done. What are the recommendations for the Czech Republic? We cannot wait for what will be done at the European level. So what will be the role of the Czech Republic when we talk about energy security? The government had 2 tasks. One is immediate. These are energy prices. It's a huge social issue, and we will see the consequences only later on. And the debate at the government that was held yesterday will continue during the spring and summer, as global energy prices are where they have never been. And we cannot expect that the prices of oil and gas would drop down. So there will be the social and financial issue. And then we talk about the physical connection to the West. We talk about long-term contract for gas. That is something that was unwanted, undesired in Europe for 20 years. But the outcome of this crisis will be that Europe will focus on long-term contracts. The government in January also announced its plan to also be involved in other terminals in neighboring countries. And state will need to be involved in certain areas that were privatized 20 years ago. So physical interconnection, also strengthening links with Germany and other also countries. The state will be involved in long-term contracts for LNG, reduction of consumption, etc. There are many things, but the impulse that we have from the external side, well, people here see it and perceive it that something needs to be done, although Brussels doesn't perhaps perceive it like that yet. Sasha, I want to ask you about relations between Europe and the USA. Could you please comment how you see the division of labor between the two continents? We've been discussing it for 20 years, for over 20 years. What is the transatlantic bargain that is between the US and Europe in this changing world, in this new paradigm? What is the new role of the US with respect to Europe, and can we actually talk about the division of labor? Well, let's wait. If we can talk about it, it's too early to say. However, what is positive is that there is unity. And it keeps, in order to keep unity, there are steps not taken that somebody perhaps wish that we would take. Because, the heart is bleeding, the no-fly zone, why not? Well, it's not in order to keep the unity of the alliance, because the key players, headed by the US, exclude the option of having a direct conflict because of Ukraine, conflict with Russia, military conflict. And we need to keep the unity, as there are tasks that we cannot manage on our own, and it would be wrong to go for it. Clearly, if the US says that they will not actually fight for Ukraine, what it says to Europe, Europe, you need to do more because it's close to you. And if we do not realize that, then everything is wrong. But I hope, of course, you can do a shortcut. So we will build a fortress of Europe. We will start with the processes and institutions, what is the standard in Brussels. But I think that this would be a mistake, because it's a path in the polarized societies that because of stagflations and the problems and the price that we will pay for it, when the first wave of solidarity is gone, the polarization has not been resolved, and it could be even deeper. So let's concentrate more on the steps that will keep the unity of the West. We need to spend money on defense. We need to arm. With respect to Ukraine, we need to do whatever we can in order to fulfill the objective of them resisting, including supplying arms. I think that we do a lot. The Czech Republic and the government, that's okay. But we can do even more. Well, the last aircraft arrives in the evening. At the end, there are flights once or two times a day. And when I actually come back at 11 o'clock, I will check whether there are lights in the Ministry of Defense. Remember last time the lights were off, but now it is the end of the play for soldiers. Now we have war. And I will also look into your windows. No, we will not economize on work. So I think that we need to focus on real steps that will strengthen us and not on what will uncover our weaknesses. Yesterday, the decision that we will curb the dependency was perhaps not rightly worded. As we said, there was a pressure from Germany and the Netherlands that for 8 years we will not do without Russia. But then we will get rid of them. And that's the worst we could do. Because we just actually allowed Russia to beat us for 8 years, instead of playing the game as they can do. So transparently, we will not say. We would bluff. We play poker, but we can't do it. Our mentality is said that we have to be transparent. I think that the government, no tenders, nothing. We need to decide which country is good at what, France, Germany, US, and proceed quickly, strategically. Nuclear power, armament, the times have changed. Tenders, rules. No, there won't be any. Those who will stick to the tender rules will be at the end of the queue, so they will get nothing, because the manufacturing capacities are limited. So that's my answer. We didn't have to say it, just to stop the payments, and he would have to respond, Putin would have to respond. There are bastards, and we are in defense. We need to play the white figures, not the black figures. We could do it before 2008. We have to relearn it again. Thank you for the wake-up call. We will look for inspection. And František talked about self-praise. And even those who listen to us see that there is a professional political unity, but also it is taken seriously at all the levels. We are a single team. We strive to support Ukraine as much as possible, and I wanted this to be heard. We have about 20-25 minutes, and now there is space for your questions, and I can see the first hand. Please wait for the microphone, and I would like to ask you to introduce yourself if I do not know you, but in this case is Michal Žantovský. The floor is yours.
Děkuji moc krát, pane náměstku. Já mám...
Thank you, Deputy. I have one comment and one question. a question that I have no answer to, but perhaps someone has. But first, my comment. It's a comment on the three options that Alexandra Vondra mentioned. The first option is to do nothing. Of course, we can all agree that this is out of the question. But the question is, are there two other options? The option to defeat Putin, but going all the way with everything it takes, that we currently don't have the courage to do, or the option to, hold strong, to stay strong and deter Russia. That's the one that we opted for. And my question is, to what extent the second two options are different, and to what extent they basically overlap and are one option? What I'm saying is, George Kennan mentioned the sources, or the book on the sources of Russian behavior in 1946, and he wrote back then that even in the pre-Bolshevik era, the main source or power or driving force of Russians was the idea that the outside world is trying to destroy Russia. And Kennan, based on this analysis, said that if you fight Russians head-on, regardless of all the risks, you will only strengthen this sentiment that everyone is out to get them, that everyone is trying to destroy them, even though that Russia started it. So the second alternative is containment or deterrence, consistent containment and consistent deterrence, which in the end brought us to the second option, which is a complete defeat of the aggressor. And I think that at this moment, in order to preserve our unity, it is perhaps the only option, only with the reservation that I feel that some of our Western European friends do not see it as a long-term fight, as we do. And perhaps they think that in just a short time there will be a diplomatic solution that Ukraine will pay for, and that then we will go back to business as usual, which of course would be a catastrophe, a disaster. So my question is, because I do not want to talk for too long, so it's a moral and military question, morally military question. We know that we will not have a no-fly zone above Ukraine, because it would probably lead to a direct confrontation with Russia. But we will supply weapons to Ukraine. And we have already started, and we are saying it out loud, that under no circumstances we will provide them with fighter jets. We are saying it through the voice of the US. So where is the line that we will not cross? How do we choose which weapons Ukraine can have and which not? And we are saying, okay, we will give you a knife, but we will not give you a rifle or a hand arm. So, does anyone know where the line goes, where the line is? That the line that says that now this is too much. Thank you. Thank you. I think this was a question primarily to Alexandra Vondra, so perhaps if you could react. And we are also receiving Slido questions, so we will come back to it later. So where's the line that we do not want to cross? Are we able to defend Russia by combining the second two options, the second and third option? And can we defend Russia without using tactical weapons? Well, there is certain mental shift. It seems to us that everyone forgot about containment, including the US president, because at the beginning the war hasn't even started, invasion hasn't even started, and he already said that no, they were not going to get involved. So basically that was a green light to Putin, saying, okay, you can go ahead because we will not interfere. So that wasn't a good thing to say. And now we have to play the poker part of deterrence, and Europe is not able to do so, as it turns out. So we have to learn, we have to draw lessons. I think this is the way to go. It took us 40 years, unfortunately. And, you know, in Hungary, we know what happened in 1956. There was some calling for a resistance fight, and then no one helped them when resistance was triggered. Kundera mentioned it in his essay on Central Europe. So we know it from the past already. There will always be, you know, the dispute between the world, the heart, when we see the images of the bombarded maternity ward. And all the women are writing me, we have to stop, we have to bomb Kremlin. This is an atrocity. So that's the dialogue of the heart with the brain. So we have to be ready also for this type of dialogue between the reason and the heart and the sentiment. Because before, you know, social media, before CNN, we were not so driven by these images. And the last thing, arms supplies. Well, don't discuss these issues publicly. That's the worst thing. I mean, Joseph Borrell is talking about MiG-21s without having a single one at home, and then someone will, you know, start talking about these issues, and then they realize that this is actually quite difficult because you need to have some technological equipment, facilities, and so on, or the other way around. So I did not come up with this version, and we don't even have such equipment, so we are not even responsible for sending such equipment there. But in our military equipment, we have many assault weapons of Soviet provenience, of Soviet origin, that we don't need because we will never, in the times to come, have any sort of cooperation that would make it possible for us to upgrade it or to repair it. So these are things that these don't have to be some heavy equipment. This can be something that we can simply ship there. We know, you all know, you experts know what I'm talking about. So just give it to them. We don't need it. This is military equipment of Soviet origins, provenience. We will not need it in the years to come. So just send it there. Don't discuss it publicly. Don't say it on, during press conferences. And you know what? Just paint, you know, a brand of ISIS or China to you know perplex Putin or to confuse him. We are standing against a bastard, not an English football referee. There's a question from Slido to Václav Bartoška. Baerbock and Chancellor Scholz said they have to count how long they can have fuel, for how long they can have fuel. So isn't it a message that there is a new Ribbentrop-Molotov pact, and isn't it a reality now? Can we rely on Germany? I think that Germany has been through quite a change, because on the 27th of February we saw the big U-turn, and the question of fuel is the same issue of heart versus the reason. Because when you look at the gas prices, not only in Europe but everywhere, you can see that for the period April to August, the the prices are much higher than they are predicted for the next winter. So no commercial entity will not buy gas for 200 euros, put it underground, and then buy it for 40. Then sell it for 40. This doesn't make sense. So there are debates in our government in Germany who should buy the gas so that next winter we have gas at our disposal. And across Europe, it turns out that either it will be individual countries or the countries or Europe through some agency. When the gas was 200 euros per megawatt hour, and we have gas for some 3 weeks, then the 90% that we should have in our reservoirs is some 150 billion Czech crowns, so that we have an idea what we're talking about. No company will pay such amount of money. They don't even have such amount of money. A, and B, they will not risk losing it if the price will go down for next winter. So perhaps the government would have to step in and perhaps buy some of it so that we have it in our reservoirs. But this is an issue that is discussed across Europe, in Germany, here in France, everywhere. This is a big problem, this is a big issue. And at the same time, we know that a large amount of such money will go to Russia, will go to Moscow. If we pay for the gas, then it will go to Moscow, because 40% of gas in Europe comes from Russia. I mean, well, and then we are here again. Sasha was bombarded by enraged women showing the images of bombarded maternity wards. I am bombarded by others who are talking about gas. So it's very difficult to do anything about it. And at the same time, we have to keep our economy up and running. So the schism between your heart and your reason is here and will be here. And Germany does not want to collapse the same way that we do not want to do it. And getting out of Russian energy supplies would be a huge shock for our economy. It would cost us a lot. It might happen, because at the same time we are in the process when unimaginable things are happening. Insurance companies, guarantee banks, the public view, public opinion. 10 years ago, I said that Nord Stream might cease to exist. One day after that, in Switzerland, the connections were cut off in Switzerland, and one day after that, people were on the street. So things are happening. I don't think that Germany has a Ribbentrop-Molotov pact, the same way that we don't have any pact, but we will be looking for a way to get out of this energy dependence and not ruin us in the process. Follow-up question. In the past, there were sanctions against Western European countries taking fuel from Russia. What if something like that happened in the 1980s during Reagan's administration?
Antony Blinken, a student, wrote a book, Allies Against the Lie, and he was criticizing this policy. And I think that this person is similar to the current Secretary of the States in the US, Antony Blinken. Sasha, you wanted to respond. I have some personal experience well, the treatment of sort of dependence is just to stop from the next day. So controlled alcohol drinking or taking drugs is the best way to get back to addiction. So the Czech professor Skala school is the best solution. So Putin is like a drug dealer. Yes. So 2 questions from Slido, and then I'll ask more questions from the audience. František, are we to be afraid of the Russian retaliation as we supply arms and weapons? Or will it be a frozen conflict? It will be, again, limited to cyber attacks, etc. What is the role of Sweden and Finland? Do you believe that realistically they could become member states of the NATO? And we also talked about the votes and the Security Council of the UN. and the no-fly zone, the Security Council, the UN, is not fully functional. How do you see the role of this organization that has been established at the end of the Second World War? First of all, to be afraid of Russian retaliation because we supply weapons to Ukraine. Well, we should be afraid because even if we do nothing, and that's the mental shift, the history of the past over 12 years says that even if we do nothing, we will be the target of their retaliation. So it's much better to do something. And it's better to do more than less. And the debate, what Sasha has said about MiG-29 and their supply in the public domain is unfortunate, and I highlight it here and agree with it. The mental shift, the attitude needs to also include that the state will start doing things that the citizens will not know about. One of my favorite persons in history is Cardinal de Richelieu in Three Musketeers. He issues a document saying the bearer of this document did for the benefit for France what he did. And we have to make this shift to say whether MiG-29 is too much or not enough. It's completely wrong. Then the Security Council. Once again, we have to realize that we are in a situation, and not that I would compare it to Cold War, but it's similar to Cold War. UN and the Security Council will be fully, completely paralyzed. It could find will to act in ad hoc situations, but we need to get there, and it will last. So UN and the Security Council is out of the game. And Sweden and Finland, definitely. Sweden and Finland right now are in the antechamber, and if they want to, why not? I think that it would be a very good signal if they become members. Thank you. I will ask the audience, do you have any questions? I can't see any hands. I guess we have said everything. So I will ask the Three Musketeers to give the final words, and then we'll have a short break. Alexander seems to have said everything. Well, he wants to have a smoke break. That's another addiction. I think that we have said everything. And our first reaction, the reaction of the state, is the right one and good one. And we should really try to keep the unity, not only in a short term, but long term. And it will not be easy, and we will not have such a strong support also from the public. We need to talk about it. We need to perceive the worries of the society that will evolve around high prices of energy, but also of bread. And we need to get the public ready for the fact that it will not last for 2 weeks, but for months and maybe years. Sasha? There is one thing that comes to my mind. What we truly have in our hands, it's not the result of the fight for Ukraine, but the question of people who are actually fleeing to our country. It's in our hands. And the face that we showed and the practical open arms, we need to keep it at any price, as this is, well, they will stay, they will come back. We don't know. But everything is good for us. All is good for us. If they stay, if they come back, it's good for us. Of course, it will be difficult when people will face more difficulties, financial difficulties, but we need to keep it the friendly and inclusive face and policy. Thank you, Václav. Thank you. To keep the unity at the international level, but also here at home, and to strengthen our resilience, and also to keep solidarity. That will be the next panel that will be moderated by Mr. Landowski, and we'll have two generals speaking, Mr. Opata and Mr. Vlček. And I think that we will talk about this unity and cooperation at the national and international levels. I would like to thank our guests, colleagues and speakers. I would like to thank you for your questions. Thank you for the attention. And at 11 we have the next panel. Thank you very much.
We are Nato,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
un
attack on one of us is an attack on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Dámy a pánové, jestli můžu poprosit, abychom mohli pokračovat. Já chápu, že je to hodně co probrání.
I know that you have a lot to talk about, but if you could please proceed.
Počkejme do 0,5 a...
Můžem? Funguje normálně, zapnutí komputeru. No, funguje. Vezmu mikrofon. Dobré. Jo, tohle funguje dobře. Jo, funguje. Tak dobré dopoledne.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask everyone to come back here, I will not bore you with long introductions. Later I learned to say anything important in just 3 minutes. So, by way of introduction, I would like to say one thing. Perhaps some of us, dear guests, felt ashamed for not doing enough since 2008 or other important dates. But I think there is one person who did the most that he could and does not have to feel guilty. And I think it's Zbigniew Pawlacik and Jagello 2000. Because the fact that we are here again, that we meet here again, the title of this conference that no one can cast a doubt on. Our security cannot be taken for granted. It's his work, it's his baby, and he has a huge contribution to the debates that we have in the area of defense and security. But still, I would like to say a very brief introduction. There are various historical parallels that would help us understand what we are going through right now, and it is perhaps bigger than 9/11. I personally think that today's events are a negative mirror image of the disintegration of the Soviet empire at the end of the 1980s. I have several good news and several bad news for you. The good news is that just like back then, history continued and our participation was crucial. Another good piece of good news is that what brought the end of the Soviet Empire was non-functioning economy, the constant lying to Russians, to the people, for instance, also about the Chernobyl disaster, and also overestimation of one's own power that also translated into the Afghan war and also accelerated the collapse of the entire empire, Soviet empire. So perhaps we could stay positive that history could repeat itself and that still this could end well. The colleagues in the previous panel were stuck to the point, so to say, and they created an idea of a world in which our individual steps will form and shape our future. And I'm glad that I can have two generals, General Opata and Major General Vlček, who will say in their introductions how they perceive the strategic shock. And then I will bombard them with my own questions. Dear friends, guests, ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago I stood here and I was saying, in our documents we describe threats and risks which are materializing in the real world. And today we stand here in the times of the biggest security crisis since Second World War. Hopefully we will stop ignoring threats. Hopefully we will stop thinking that defense spending is useless. The false sense of security ended. After the Russian invasion in Ukraine, we have to face the harsh truth. The upgrade and modernization of our army is still not complete. Hopefully, we will have new equipment, Spider equipment, new hand rifles, ballistics, weapons, choppers, or new casas. The mosaic is starting to fill in, but the tracked IFVs are still not here, the infantry fighting vehicles. And we can still see what we cannot do about tanks, fighter jets, and well-trained army troops. Many people, including the US, understand that we have to invest in and all the countries understand that we have to invest in our army. I will come back to this topic later on. But as the former NATO General Secretary said, we cannot afford the luxury of picking our threats, of choosing our threats, because threats are choosing us. We have to stand ready to face all kinds of threats. We have conventional warfare in Ukraine, but we cannot underestimate cyber warfare, hybrid warfare, non-state threats, authoritarian regimes, terrorism, and also space development. There are no warnings. There is a very small reaction time. Only on Wednesday, 23rd of February, half of the world did not believe that Russia would invade Ukraine, and then it happened just like that with the snap of your finger. Half of the world believed that nothing would happen. But belief or hope is not a plan, it's not a strategy. to hope that your enemy will not attack is one step from being defeated. We know that reaction has to come quickly. We have to be able to adapt, to react. If we want our army to be able to react quickly, we cannot have an outdated equipment and a neglected army. The coronavirus pandemic and the war in Ukraine gave us a lesson in strategic shock. The reality changes from day to day. The very foundations of our civilization. Long-term plans are disintegrating. And we can see that we have to react quickly. 1 year ago, I talked about the need for strategic leaders who are able to look beyond the horizon. Today we see we have such strategic leaders who are able to analyze the situation and make swift decisions. And I'm proud of that. The current situation shows us that as a nation we are able to stand together and support the right party, the right side of the conflict. The next strategic shock could be the fact that Europeans will have to defend themselves in a massive military attack. We are headed in the right direction when it comes to the upgrade of our army. I am glad that the current government clearly defined the priorities of our defense and security of our country in the times when Europe did not even think that such a thing as a war conflict could be possible. Unfortunately, we did not take advantage of the period of economic growth. We postponed the fulfillment of our commitments towards NATO, and every year I reiterated that this delay in army upgrade and modernization will be a problem. And now we can see it. Since the annexation of the Crimea, we were aware of these threats, and we should have reacted quickly. NATO defined two threats, Russia and terrorism. Terrorism was accepted as a threat. But when it comes to Russia, only a few weeks ago we had very complicated discussions. We were not willing to accept this threat as real. Many countries, many member states of the EU preferred their personal or economic interests. And I'm proud that the Czech Republic perceived Russia as a threat, even based on our historical experience. The current conflict in Ukraine proved or showed the Russian power interests in clear reality. It brought the conflict not only to Ukraine, but only 500 kilometers from our own borders, on the border of NATO. On the 24th of February, we woke up to a completely new situation, a new environment, and we will again have to adapt quickly to the new situation, and our strategy needs to be clear. We need to come from deterrence to defense instead of deterrence and offense. So instead of being defensive, we have to go into offensive, and we have to draw lessons. We drew lessons from the corona pandemic. Our government was able, among the first member states of the EU, was able to react through immediate military support to Ukraine. I appreciate that the Czech reaction was quick and resolute. After the Russian brutal attacks, even Europe became united and imposed destructive sanctions on Russian Federation. And it showed the strength of the EU as well as NATO. But the question is, shouldn't we have done it after the annexation of the Crimea? Many intelligence services, many intelligence agencies were not sure about the warnings coming from the US and the UK about Russia. But we have to realize that NATO armies are not working only with intelligence data, but we also have our own military analysis and assessments of our opponents, from the political all the way to the tactical capabilities of our adversary. Another step are modeled scenarios, from the worst case scenario to the most probable scenario. Of course, we are slightly paranoid, and that's why we always start with the worst case scenario in our estimates and models. We always try to look through the prism of the adversary, of the enemy. We know that planning such an operation takes months, so we should know that when Putin had negotiations with the European politicians, it already was decided.
Military recommendations are clear, but political decision is of key importance. Let's accept that perhaps we do not have the best equipment in the world, but we have experience, military, good officers with experience from the Balkans, Africa and Afghanistan. This is the time to change the bad processes. This was the third wake-up course after Crimea and Georgia. General Mattis says that one wrong process will destroy the efforts of dozens of good quality men. The process of acquisition needs to go through a revolutionary change. It needs to change from its fundaments. It should be speeded up, and all the alibi phases of the process should be eliminated. Actually, the supervision is manned by more people than the acquisition as such. We cannot have 10-year acquisition process. We cannot have the same process for purchasing armed vehicles and backpacks. The main weaponry systems must be acquired based on strategic political orientation. The current situation requires faster processes and political courage, not only proclamations. Let's admit that those who are involved in the acquisition process must bear the same risk as the army in military operations. I'm tired of defending the fact that our army must be balanced. Do you want to stand Russia just with the field hospital and our excellent chemistry specialist? Just read Article 3 of Washington Agreement. We are obliged to develop collective and individual capabilities, not one or the other, both. The attack to Ukraine stopped this discussion. The army of our size needs to have heavy, medium and light forces. Just remember the discussion about guns, how useless it is to have far-range guns. Go and tell it to the inhabitants of Kiev. That gives you the answer. The guns and efficiency for long distances or the aircraft of fifth generation are of crucial importance. It's too late to realize that if the invasion army is just entering your capital city, we will have to sacrifice some parts of our welfare. We always adapted our programs to economic reality. The time has come to the economic aspect to reflect our security situation. We need to have the words and acts in harmony, and this is true more than ever. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I pass the floor to Major General Vladimir Vlček. Good morning. I will stay here and I will comment the topic and the situation as it is. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, as this conference was primarily focusing on the external defense, what we do with respect to the outside world. And for the first time, a representative of the Fire Rescue Service is speaking here. And also I would like to thank the Prime Minister, because defense is not only the external defense, but it has huge impact on the security of our inhabitants. Now, several towns and regions does the analysis of what the citizens perceive as a priority. And security is priority number one, and it's an important aspect we should not forget about. First of all, I would like to ask a rhetoric question. what is a strategic shock? Is it something we can't cope with, or is it something that we do not understand properly, or is it something we are not ready for, or is it something that was a surprise for us? And perhaps we could find combinations of all these aspects I have mentioned. If we look at the last decade, so let's say before 2020, when we were surprised by COVID because it was a global issue affecting the whole world, the decade was quite quiet. Based on my experience of my colleagues, we know that certain progress happened after a huge extraordinary event, floodings in '97, or floodings in 2002, 2006, or the Kirill orkan later. But the last decade was relatively calm. We were getting ready for the next emergency. And within the system, we specified threats. There were about 73 threats specified, and out of these 73 threats, 22 were identified as highly risky. And we prepared plans, project plans that were allocated to various ministries that were responsible for these 22 threats. But what is the real situation? If we look at the issue, well, for pandemic situation, we had a plan, but it was useless. If we look at what we heard during the previous panel, and that was energy and energy sufficiency during crisis times, not many of you would know that only 14% of elements of critical infrastructure have a backup power resource. And we have not talked about it, and the blackout can be here in no time. And for us, what is clear that we need to look at how these design plans were prepared, whether the threats that were identified during the peaceful times are still valid, or perhaps we have new threats. We have a certain structure, and the structure is based on the fact that we have the Security Council of the state, of the regions, of the cities with extended powers, and then we have emergency councils. But we saw, although there was a structure, it was not accepted. There were interventions that actually flexibly changed to the negative result the whole system of management. So what we were getting ready at the time of crisis was not working. And when we talk about cooperation within the period of strategic shock, we need to mention cooperation at several levels. First of all, it's the cooperation in the horizontal level. The basic elements of the integrated rescue service. I think that the cooperation is very good. Police, medical service, and fire service. We are in day-to-day contact and deal with thousands of issues a day. But the integration is slightly different because two elements are state, but the medical rescue service is an element that is actually founded by a region. And the situation that we had at the beginning, that it was funded by 70% from public health insurance and 30% of the budget went from the regional budget, was completely turned. Now the ratio is different. And this is also related to flexibility and other issues. And also this is closely related to the internal and external safety and security. We have very good cooperation concept with General Opata at the day-to-day basis and also strategic. It's important as we see that the army during the COVID crisis had and played an irreplaceable role as it substituted activities of the Ministry of Health. Without the army, the system would collapse. And it's important to have this cooperation and to have a certain flexibility and to be ready for such actions. But if we look at individual central government office, we see that they are isolated and the cooperation or overlap is very slow, especially in IT, and we see it in particular when we talk about the registration process during the humanitarian crisis. Then we have the international cooperation. On one hand side, in the area of external defense, we have NATO, we have cooperation of individual alliance forces, but it's more important and difficult when we talk about the individual elements of the rescue service. We have Interpol, we have other federations, so there are overlaps, and the position of the Czech Republic is well established in these structures. And we cannot forget about cooperation with NGOs. And that's the difference between how Europe works and how the UN works. Because many these incidents, large scales that are under the auspices of UN, work with the NGOs. And what I really want to mention is the issue of flexibility. We need to be ready to flexibly change certain things. We saw it during the COVID pandemic or during this humanitarian crisis. We were able to reshape the system within single days to have it framed within the structures for which we have emergency councils, but to reflect the current legal environment. And that's why we created the National Assistance Center for the help to Ukraine and regional centers that are part of the emergency crisis management. And after the emergency status was again declared, they were reflected. And we actually, in a way, envy the army. Not that we would want to take away what they have. Well, those 2% that have been discussed for such a long time, and the army was fighting for it, it is a fiction. And it is something that we also would like to have, as we do not have clear spending sets for internal security. And that is something we should discuss at the political level as well. When I talk during the Irida Fair, you saw the whole related to defense that was high level, and then you saw the fire rescue service. You could see the difference. And when we talked with Tomáš Pojar about it, and they said, well, do the calculations, see what is the internal indebtedness. And when we look at the fire rescue service, as far as numbers are concerned, we have 73,000 persons that are ready to intervene on an everyday basis, but the debt is in billions. It's 10 billion for fire rescue, the professional service, then 5 billion for voluntary fire rescue service. And during the peaceful times, politicians do not want to hear about that we need to resolve it. But on the other hand, perhaps we also contribute to that, because we are used to be flexible, and we resolve certain issues ad hoc, but always fulfill the task, which is not bad, but it's also not good, because there are limits, personal limits. But if we get to the operational, technical or financial limits, then we will face a barrier or a ceiling. What is the current situation? We have about 100,000 refugees in the Czech Republic. For 12,000 we provided accommodation, and we don't have any more accommodation, but we are not able in those thousands, tens of thousands, to build emergency accommodation within days. If you look into Jordan, with respect to the crisis in Syria, accommodation for 40,000 refugees they built in 6 months. But we have such numbers within a small number of days, and we have to be ready for that. The financial limits are clear: 100,000 refugees, and the first calculation was 1,000 per head per day. So 100 million a day. That would be the cost, and we have to realize that. These arguments, they are strong, and I do agree with Saša Vondra that we need to show an open arms, that we do as much as possible to help those people who are under threat, because 55% of people coming are children. But we need to also say it will cost us something. And to conclude, perhaps one sentence that accompanies this discussion forum and that strategic communication. We need to learn how to better communicate strategically towards our citizens, within each other, and also to the outside world.
First question is to General Opata. We've heard a lot about what NATO does for Czech security. So no one talks about brain dead being about NATO being brain dead. On the other hand, NATO is on steroids right now. But let's look at it the other way. What can the Czech Republic do in terms of deterrence and defense of the eastern flank? Because we are one of the countries who is calling for new battle groups of the alliance, especially on the eastern flank. And in reaction to what Saša Vondra said, we cannot stop our help to Ukraine by opening our hearts, but we have to open our military warehouses as well. So in order to help efficiently, we have to do it also quickly. So what could you say about that? First of all, I have to thank the Major General, and I myself consider fire rescue services as experts on the internal security of the country, and I'm glad for the cooperation that we have with the fire rescue services. As regards security, defense, and deterrence, I talked about it. One thing is deterrence. Deterrence has certain limits, and the limits are moving, but at a certain point it will stop. And at this point, we are at the stage of active defense, because that's the primary goal of the alliance, primary task of the alliance or role, to protect its allies, its members. The Czech Republic is very active in this area on its eastern flank. We've been active for many years. We are in Latvia, in Lithuania. Sometimes we are also in Estonia, especially when it comes to our air force. We are one of the few countries who has its troops in 2 Baltic states. As regards the strengthening of the eastern flank from Slovakia towards south, that's something that in 2014, 2015, when I was at in shape in NATO, we discussed about this belt, this area being completely covered. But these are always political discussions, so the urgency was not so acute as it is now. And now the security belt is widening, or the zone is widening. It will go all the way towards the Black Sea, and the Czech Republic will once again play an important and active role. Just yesterday, the government accepted a new mandate for the Czech government to be active in the battle groups in Slovakia in the amount of 650 troops. And I think that we can be very, very useful and helpful in this regard. Mr. Vlček mentioned the issue of resources and the issue of ministries not cooperating together. But we can look at it also from the point of view of the government and look also at discussions and so on, and defense spending. So how do you perceive the sustainability or sustainable funding and support of government towards the sustainable funding and the support of home resilience and home security? This area is a clear example of very good cooperation. Perhaps I will give you an example that might seem as it is not connected to your question. But after 2000, when regions were created, in Moravian Silesian region, there was this idea of integrated rescue center. And the basic idea was that individual services of the rescue service would cooperate very closely. And in 2010, this center was established. It was the only such center in the Czech Republic. Let's say it was a pilot project. But since 2010, even though this center is receiving some 650,000 calls every day, there has not been any other similar center of cooperation established anywhere in the Czech Republic. So it shows you clearly that individual resorts, individual departments are not cooperating sufficiently. And this applies to communication as well. Today, in Europe, we should change our communication, not only within the integrated rescue services systems, but across the entire security area. So we should move from the 390 megahertz to the 780 megahertz sphere. But we witnessed such attempts in the past, and sometimes in the past, when we tried something like that, we were not successful. So we have to find the right synergies, technical, financial, that could bring the added value to the army as well as our civilian security that needs to be ready not only in the conflict, in the military conflict, but also in the current situation. General, the army also increased in numbers over the years. You are successful in recruitment. So what is the maximum number of deployed troops, the possible highest number of deployed troops in the Czech Republic? Well, currently I cannot tell you the number right now, but the army is able to be deployed wherever it is needed based on our commitments. Of course, the biggest commitment are the brigades of some 5,000 or 5,500 people, but the security situation has changed, so now we are not so strict about, sending just one particular unit. The entire concept, even of NATO, is changing as the approach to some issues. So I think that when it comes to the manpower of the army, it stands ready to be deployed or used when needed. I think our limit is some 30,000 troops. That's the number that we are coming close to, and last year we again increased the recruitment of new members, and the minister agreed to increase recruitment. So of course, sometimes it slows down, sometimes the pace goes up again, accelerates, but now we have enough recruits or enough people interested in serving in the army, also in the active reserves. Thank you. General Mayor, I have a question. The Fire Rescue Service delivers humanitarian aid and is also in touch with the Ukrainian rescue services, fire rescue services. So is there any form of cooperation I must say that when it comes to fire rescue services, and this applies everywhere in the world, there's this brotherhood of firemen. So whenever you are, when you knock on a fireman's door, you will always find a helping hand. When it comes to Ukraine, we are in touch with General Kruk, that's my counterpart in Ukraine. Our cooperation is evolving, and over the past days we've established regular video conferences that we have twice a week when we inform one another about the current situation. So we receive information especially regarding the nuclear power plants and how fire rescue services are, what they are doing on their side. 12 firemen have already been killed. So these are issues that we discuss. Many firemen were injured in the fight, and we also discuss humanitarian assistance deliveries, and not only on behalf of firemen, but also on behalf of the Czech Republic. And over the past days, we managed to transport 40 trucks full of humanitarian assistance. The trucks went to Poland, where Ukrainians picked them up for their needs. Primarily, this was humanitarian assistance in the healthcare sector, but we also have other demands. As regards some special equipment or special requirements, there are 3 urgent areas. First of all, bulletproof vests and helmets or helmets. Then personal equipment such as boots or breathing devices. And the third area is equipment for working in heights. We also started cooperating with the Ukrainian embassy in the Czech Republic. Of course, our help has some limits when it comes to ballistic vests and helmets. They are military material which has to comply with certain regime. And then there's also the question of availability, because the demands are great. So there's a lack of such equipment right now across all departments and countries as well. When it comes to the equipment, we have Czech companies that are able to deliver protective suits, but right now we don't have any resources for the humanitarian aid. So we have fundraisers or donations, charity donations, that the voluntary rescue service as well as the professional rescue service participates in. And last but not least, there's the question of high-rise equipment, and currently we have some equipment that is outdated, that is 20 years or older. So at this point we are trying to find the equipment that is not necessarily needed or that is outdated but is still could be used to help at least in one way. For instance, Norway sent some 3 pieces of high-rise equipment. But when we say A, we have to say B as well. So how are we going to replace the equipment that we sent to Ukraine at this point?
Thank you very much for your practical answers and manifestation of good cooperation, because we just need to realize that defense is not an issue of the Ministry of Defense, it's a question for the whole government. And I believe that the situation that we face does not have to necessarily last for a short period of time. And we need to make the Czech Republic more resilient and also contribute to our protection and defense, not only of our country, but also our partners. And I look forward to future conferences.
Já bych chtěl taky poděkovat.
I would like to thank the ambassador and both the panelists. And I can say that the issue of internal security, and we started planning it earlier before the invasion, we will definitely focus on it also in the future. And now we have one of the new topics that reflects the current Russian aggression against Ukraine, and I'm glad that we have Tomáš Kopechne, Deputy Minister of Defense, and he is one of the men who is involved in the speedy and massive help to Ukraine, and he will give us some detailed information about that. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to say that hopefully you will excuse my dress code mistake. I hope that you will not blame me for not keeping with the proper dress code. I put the T-shirt on as and it started on Thursday 2 weeks ago. We asked ourselves, what can we do? How can we help Ukraine? And President Zelensky answered. He answered, I need ammunition, not a right. He needs ammunition and weapons, not evacuation. That's the strongest message that was voiced by Ukraine, what they need, first of all. And I also ask myself and my colleagues and my relatives, what can we do? And we were looking for what we can do, and we started finding answers. We need to supply ammunition and weapons. First of all, for those thousands, hundreds and thousands of people who come to our country, we need to open that we are sincere with open arms and that we will help them. These are persons who are running away from war because Russian army bombards their schools and maternity hospitals and kills men and women indiscriminately. And so that these numbers are as low as possible. They just need weapons so that the number of killed children, men and women, are as low as possible. We need to strengthen their capacity to defend themselves. That's what we need to do. And I will tell you what we have already done. As there were many comments heard. The Czech Republic government approved immediately huge packages of help, more than 600 million Czech crowns. That was done within the first week. But that was not the end. The Czech defense industry has capacities that Ukrainian army has used for dozens of years. The Czech Republic was the second largest supplier. We have relations there and we care. We immediately opened up a fundraiser to be able to deliver weapons and systems using all sorts of ways. And I was surprised that within 2 ways, the Ukrainian embassy opened an account, a bank account, and we were able to coordinate this massive military assistance. There is more than 600 million Czech crowns were raised, and most were used for purchasing military equipment and help for the fighting Ukrainian army. And as far as strategic communication is concerned, we need to be close to it, and people actually give their own money to help Ukrainian fighters. And they need to feel unity, and they do it, and they feel it, and I thank them. I thank them every day, And also we hear words of thanks from the Ukrainian embassy and the Ukrainian government. How to communicate about it? We need to tell that we do it. The Ukrainian population, they know about it, and they need to know that they do not have to rely only on Molotov cocktails. They need to know about the numbers, what is being supplied and when it's going to arrive. Our help gets to where it is needed very efficiently, and it works. And we need to keep doing it. The economic consequences of the migration wave is something that we will feel. Hundreds of thousands of children in our country. Children will be in every single school, but we still need to keep supporting Ukrainian army to stop the Russian army. I said what needs to be done, what we have already done, and last thing is what we need to do in the weeks to come. We need to persevere and keep supplying military equipment, but we also need to focus in a midterm on strengthening and building strategic prevalence over Russia as a strategic alliance. Czech Republic and all the alliance partners. We need to focus on building the multi-arms army. What we see at the battlefield is that technical dominance is not striking, and that practical defense and deterrence will be based on the technology dominance from our side with respect to Russia. We talk about the upcoming destructive technologies, cyber technology, space technology, AI, quantum technologies, so that our weaponry systems are sufficient deterrent for the Russian ones, so that not even a single meter of alliance territory is attacked, and also so that these systems are used for support of Ukraine. So that, again, if I mention some of one of the not that good discussion, and that is the no-flight zone, as we do not have the result that we would want to. We could help Ukraine to create such a no-fly zone by supplying what they need in order to create this no-fly zone. And that's our mission. That's what we try to do. And we should work on it, not only the Czech Republic, but also within the NATO, with all the countries that are not blind and that care about Ukraine and their people. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the Deputy Minister as well. It was not a traditional speech at our conference, but it is quite clear that the Czech Republic is helping, and we cannot publish all the details, but we can say that the Czech Republic is one of the top countries that actually supplies military equipment. So this is the end of the first part of the conference. Now I would like to later on invite you for lunch. I would like to then ask you to come back at 12:40. We have more interesting panels. We will hear also Jiří Šedivý, who is the Chief Executive of European Defence Agency. His first speech, we will also discuss about the future of the Czech defence industry in the European context. And that will be the first discussion in the Czech Republic. Then we have a panel devoted to the role of state-of-the-art technologies. And then we really appreciate that despite the fact that it's the third reading of the budget, we will still have the political panel, and all the chairmen of political parties and movements will actually have a break in order to come to this conference and join us here for a discussion. And we really appreciate it. It's a good illustration that they really also pay attention to security. So thank you very much for active cooperation in the first half. Enjoy your lunch and please come back at 12:40.
NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
un
attack
nord
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
un
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos nós.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
le
attack
nord
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Jestli mohu poprosit zaujmout místa. Já myslím, Jirko, že můžeme pomoct čít, aby jsme drželi jo. Ne, už začíná, já jsem jenom tady zavolal.
Tak dobrý den, dámy a pánové, já vás vítám na další...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or good afternoon, and welcome to the next panel.
Věnovat tématice zeleného dílu,
This time it's a
taxonomie,
planet on the future of
vztahu k obranému
the Czech defense industry in the European context, and my name is Jan Macháček, Chairman of Board of Trustees of the Institute for Policies and Society.
Jakkoliv se nám toto téma z mnoha důvodů asi může jevit.
We will also talk about Green Deal and other issues, and even though we might think it is a luxury topic, so to say, it still is a topic. And all the panelists and organizers perhaps thought that we should postpone it or choose a different topic, but it stayed in the program because even though we might think it is a luxurious topic, the mainstream in Western Europe does not think so. So we will discuss these things nevertheless. So please allow me to introduce the panelist. Jiří Šedivý is Chief Executive of European Defense Agency. Marek Mora is Deputy Governor of Czech National Bank. Of course, he is an expert in funding of the banking sector or the defense industry as well. And last but not least, we have Lubomír Kovařík, Chairman of the Defense Industry section of the Czech Chamber of Commerce.
který nám určitě řekne svůj
And I'm sure he'll provide his perspective from the practice.
Na úvod tedy každý panelista bude mít asi
By way of introduction, each panelist will have 7 minutes to say a few words in the order in which they were introduced. So I would like to pass the floor to Jiří Šedivý to perhaps say a few words about what's in the pipeline in the European context. What does it mean to have green defense, even though green has always been associated with defense and army? This time we mean green in a slightly different context. Jiří, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our panel is called Future of Czech Defense Industry in the European Context. So perhaps I will sum up the European context first, and I will come to the taxonomy of green defense later. We have to realize that last year the EU member states gave over 200 billion euros on defense. But when we look at the collective or aggregate output, it turns out that when compared to other big players, the EU ranks only third when it comes to defense spending after the USA and China. But the performance is not adequate, the money spent. So even though it is the third biggest spender on defense, its performance doesn't correlate with it. The problem is huge fragmentation among the 27 member states and their defense plans, but also fragmentation among or in the European defense industry. And that's why our agency is trying to overcome this fragmentation on behalf of the supply as well as demand, in order to make the cooperation smoother. So we are an intergovernmental EU agency. We work for national industries, for the EU as well. Perhaps sometimes we are counterparts to other actors in the European context. The fragmentation that I've mentioned before and the low efficiency is nothing new, but what's new is the context in which we find ourselves today. The Russian aggression, invasion of Ukraine, and also the fact that this year, for the first time, we have new synergies emerging, strengthening the European defense and increasing the harmonization and cohesion of the European defense industry and the European defense base. We have had PESCO, the Permanent Structural Cooperation, and this year, for the first time, we have the first working plan of the European Defence Fund aimed at research and development. And the first 50 projects have been subsidized by 1.9 billion euros, which is so for the upcoming 7 years we have almost 9 billion euros. At the same time, we can see new innovation initiatives launched. And in the European context, we also have access to some funds which are not specifically defense funds. And in the current context, we also have mobilized groups within the European investment banks that will provide billions for streamlining the acquisition process or the process of joint acquisitions. So right now, the defense industry has a great opportunity. as well as the Czech defense industry. So here's a great opportunity to increase the efficiency and performance. First of all, we will try to supplement the equipment that was sent by individual member states to Ukraine, and in context with increased defense spending in individual member states, we also want to absorb these new opportunities and utilize the new funds and resources. In the EU, we have a pretty good idea of what we want, and it is defined by our priorities for the development of our capabilities within the European Capabilities Development Plan, and also as part of the yearly or annual overview of defense capabilities, which provides a very good roadmap that is based on our mutual cooperation among individual member states, our data from shared databases, so that we can have a very good overview of who's doing what the midterm priorities are or long-term priorities are, which new technologies individual member states are using, or what innovations we have. So in this context, the European Defense Agency has established or is trying to establish a center for defense innovations. It was my initiative, and it is also part of the chapter on investments, chapter known as Strategic Compass. In this chapter, we will also find well-defined long-term goals that should help us achieve new capabilities, strong capabilities for the EU, so that the EU, in the times when we can expect the US to be more engaged in the area of Indo-Pacific, Indo-China, so these are times when we need to be sure that the EU is able to resolve its own issues on its periphery. And of course, the US remain connected to the EU through NATO collective defense. And we hear this a lot from our colleagues from the United States, who say, start building your own capabilities, especially strategic support capabilities, because we are the only ones who have them in NATO, and we cannot guarantee that in the future we will be able to share them with you, because there might be other threats and other priorities. So there are huge opportunities lying ahead of us. We can also expect a greater demand over the supply capabilities of the defense industry. And we can already see there are some huge issues with supply chains. There are some components that are missing. Raw materials are missing. So it will be a huge race, but it shouldn't be an arms race between ourselves, because now is the time to sit down, to sit at the table and coordinate our midterm plans, and also coordinate our demand, because otherwise we might end up with uneconomical fragmentation and races among individual member states. This is a huge opportunity for the Czech presidency, because the Czech presidency will try to implement the new strategic compass in the new strategic environment right at its beginning. So there is also an opportunity for the involvement of the wider defense industry of the Czech Republic. And if I might, as regards the green aspects, there is also a certain taxonomy, green taxonomy, which should implement the directive adopted by the European Commission in 2020 concerning sustainable funding of various industrial projects. At first, it seemed that defense industry will be considered or classified as harmful and unsustainable, and thus will be excluded from having access to various financial tools or funding resources of individual EU institutions. But under our pressure, because individual member states asked our organization, our agency, to coordinate their positions, and through my boss, Joseph Borrell, and the boss of my closest colleagues, Timo Pesonen, Commissioner Breton, we managed to convince the respective part of the Commission to prevent the defense industry from being classified as harmful and unsustainable. But banks are a big problem. Banks, a bit before they were forced to do so, started to impose some restrictions, but I'm sure my colleague here will mention it. So these are the short-term successes that we've achieved. But in the longer term, the defense industry also needs to realize that whenever it is possible, and it is not at the expense of operational possibilities or capabilities, that it should also introduce green solutions. We also started talking about some green solutions back in 2009. This was back when we had troops in Afghanistan, and I was in charge of civilian logistics. And daily, we burned tons of fuels. 80% were just for the operation of the military bases. And today, one of the areas that are being developed are alternative sources of energy. But we also use other possibilities. For instance, the army is trying to introduce the principles of circular economy in defense, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much, and then we can discuss the details during the debate.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask Marek Mora to give us a perspective of ESG, the European or the environmental and social governance. These are the rules, and whether the banks need to respect it or whether these are standards that are based on certain piece of legislation. What is the role of national banks? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many questions. I'll try to answer at least some of them. The reason why I was approached by Zbigniew Pawlacik to come here is that we were confronted as the Czech National Bank, and it was before the 24th of February, with a problem that apparently representatives of the defense industry had problems of getting funding from Czech banks. For example, that they need for international tenders. But I'm sure the representative of the defense industry will cover that. I was trying to explain to Mr. Pawlacik that I am not the right person. The role of the Czech National Bank is to make sure that the Czech banks are healthy, that they observe the capital adequacy rules, etc., and that they do not actually do anything that is not allowed. But we cannot actually force them or ban this or that company. We can't even force them to actually favor the Czech defense industry. The role or the reason why I was asked to be here was to explain what is the European legislation and how this legislation actually impacts the behavior of the Czech banks. The concept of sustainable funding is well known. It was speeded up in 2015 by the Paris Climate Concord, and there were some estimates at 1% of GDP, the cost. The European Commission did the estimate at 1.3% of GDP a year. So the costs for the economy to become green and to actually comply with the climate objectives. So first, the objectives were related to climate, but the sustainability concept has several parameters, also the social and governance aspects. And there are quite huge doubts, and I still doubt, and there are huge studies whether e-mobility is truly green. And there are quite serious studies that actually doubt it. If you take manufacture, cobalt that is that comes because of or thanks to child labor, but this is my private assessment. But if you look at various ratings of renowned companies, of ESG, the ratings are really not the same. In order to classify what is environmental, what is social, what is governance related, and then the European taxonomy was adopted. And it is the most detailed in the environmental aspect. We had our story with nuclear power plants. I'm not going to talk about what is done at the European level. The powers were delegated by the member states to the European Commission, and the member states, when the Commission actually decides, they can only block it, but they need to have a qualified majority, which is quite difficult. So what the Commission places on the table as far as taxonomy is concerned will be the future. But then it's also important what we do with the approved taxonomy. And we need to say one thing. The only regulation that we have is the information duty, that you have to report that you fund activities that are in line or not in line with the taxonomy. No one actually bans funding nuclear power plants to a bank. The only thing the bank needs to do is to report that they support this, in inverted commas, dirty sector. And it relates to all areas, and it's not well-known information. And the banks today and the financial systems, the European system, the world financial system, tries to be a step ahead. And voluntarily, they fulfill something that no one requires from them. So they stop funding some harmful activities or dirty activities, although it is not banned. And that leads us to why I am here, and that's the defense industry. Defense industry actually belongs to the next category, and there is no taxonomy yet drafted. There is a group of experts that advises the European Commission. They wrote a document, position document. They mentioned weapons, tobacco, and I don't know, pornography and gambling as harmful from the social point of view. And the final document was published on the 28th of February. So it's really recent, and it says, page 60 and the following, that weapons are an activity that is harmful to the society. And it's a position document of a platform, of a group of experts. Now the Commission needs to take this document, somehow process it, and then the member states will take a position. I think, well, they published it on the 28th of February. I think they wrote it before that. And I'm speculating, and it is my personal opinion. It is not an opinion of a deputy governor of the Czech National Bank. And I would say that if they write it today, they would use different words. But the way how this document is going to be approached by the Commission within today's context will be very difficult for the Commission to say that all the weapons are harmful to the society. And the atmosphere is changing, and if it's not changing, and if the members of the commissioners and the whole commission sort of are blind, and I cannot imagine that, how would it be compatible with those huge topics such as strategic autonomy or the defense union in today's context? So I don't think there is a huge danger, but it doesn't mean that the banks would be automatically forced to sort of fund the defense industry. But I think that as the whole atmosphere within the society changed, they will change. So ESG regulation does not ban anything, so the banks can do it. Second, the banks actually apply the business policy. They thought that it would be the right thing. But I think that now it will all turn 180%. Now, the key thing would be the taxonomy. It's kind of funny as we talk about sustainable funding. And the ministry responsible for that is the Ministry of Finance, although the impact is for the environment, defense industry, and other areas. But the responsible entity is the Ministry of Finance. So if you want to lobby, go there. And then we have to make sure that the taxonomy is applied properly. Right now, it's only a reporting duty, but it doesn't mean that it may not change for the future. Last point. If this would not happen, I would recommend that the government focus on this issue and keep an eye on the taxonomy, how it is applied. And even if the banks, and you have to tell it how they treat you, if they do not want to cooperate with you, the government has its own instruments how to do it. They could perhaps explain them the situation that they harm the Czech economy, or they have their own instruments. They have the Czech Moravian Guarantee Bank and also other instruments that they could use in critical situation. But I think that it will be a matter of self-regulation. That's all. Thank you. And Lubomír Kovařík, I would like to ask you for your point of view on these new developments, also with respect to the Czech defense industry after 24th of February. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you for the previous speeches. Yes, we are facing a paradoxical situation. The strategic compass of the EU describes in its materials that defense industry is a state-of-the-art industry that is a driving force and also an important drive for innovation. But at the same time, the second part of the European mission prefers that weapons and defense industries is included in the harmful aspects. And we are talking about 20,000 employees that generate 50 billion Czech crowns a year, and 1/3, sometimes 1/2, are revenues that are exported. So it's a strongly pro-export business. Marek Moran talked whether the defense industry faces difficulties with funding of some of its projects. I think that all the defense industry members actually see that major financial institutions do not want to issue guarantee instruments to third countries. So I confirm that although the discussion has been open, not approved, many large banking institutions actually use the restrictive approach. Well, defense industry weapons, it's not something we would like to do. The declaration of the part of the Commission that defense industry should be included into those dirty issues led to the fact that representatives of Rheinmetall or Italian or the Swedish SAP started criticizing this provision. Perhaps you notice that Mr. Scholz said that Germany would contribute 100 billion euro to armament of the German army. And then Commerzbank said, we are ready to fund it and we will provide funding. The Swedish part also said the same. SEP, the largest Swedish bank, has a sustainable policy for funding defense industry. So their approach is defense industry is an integral part of creating defense capabilities of a country. So defense industry is the only industry that could help with self-defense. Also, I would like to use the words of the Italian Leonardo. It's Alessandro Profumo who said, without the defense industry, there'll be no defense capabilities. Without defense capabilities, there'll be no security. And with no security, there will be no sustainability. So let's forget about everything. So we need to make sure that the ambitions that were mentioned here today are fulfilled, and we cannot do without defense industry. And the ambitions that were presented today, it's correct, and we believe it's correct. The whole defense industry believes that that underestimated and undercapitalized Czech army and also the fire rescue service needs to be remedied. We believe that it's good to have such an ambition to find funding for that, but we believe that we need to focus also one more thing. Without changing the legal environment, this ambition will not be fulfilled. We talk about changing some basic legislation, law number 38, 240, 241, and 139. Without these changes, we will not be able to find funding. Sasha Vondra said nice things. Yes, we need to do it because this is the best way how to ensure our defense capabilities. Thank you.
I have two brief questions to Jiří Šedivý. First of all, we've heard from General Opata that one of the challenges in the new situation is to accelerate and streamline the acquisition process. We cannot have more human resources on controlling the acquisitions than the acquisitions as such. So what can your agency, the European Defence Agency, do in order to speed up these processes? And also to prevent these green regulations to actually create more red tape. I wouldn't really talk about the green regulation in this context because it's an issue on the side of the banks, as was mentioned here. And even in the past week, the banks actually started to change their practice, which does not mean that we are actually letting our guard down, decreasing our vigilance or prudence. It's, of course, absurd that we are in this situation and that we are not able to see eye to eye. But when it comes to streamlining the procedures, acquisition procedures, on the one hand, we have a certain complexity of the procedures, and on the other hand, We have various instruments and tools being created very quickly over the past 4 or 5 years. Plus, they have very different legislative frameworks. And there is a huge difference between handling funds from the European Commission and other possibilities, such as interconnecting funds from individual member states and their additional funding from the EU. And the problem is that we have various instruments at our hand that were defined and demanded by individual member states. And in the short period of time when they originated, they were not really well thought through. All the synergies were not thought through. And in addition, the European Commission now is trying to act like the 28th member state, the strongest member state of the EU. And what is very important is for the member states to have an oversight over the European Commission and remind the Commission that it is not another member state. Because these are our shared funds. They need to be protected and controlled. And we also have to take national legislation into account. There are member states where everything goes smoothly, and then there are member states, and I think the Czech Republic is one of them, where things don't go so smoothly. So next week we will have a session of our working group that will be also attended by national armament directors from individual member states. And one of the points of our agenda will be a creation of platform for sharing experience, so that member states that have the know-how can present their best practices. So that's the maximum that our agency can do. And another question, you also mentioned that this is not just a question of the EU, that also the United States declared that by 2050 they want to have a carbon-free army or military. Perhaps there's no time for joking, but perhaps I would have a question from Alexandra Vondra. So, how will you create Panzer and manufacture it? I'm not an engineer. I'm just a talking head. No, to be serious. We have to look at these things in a context. And this is the context of the first climatic or green strategy of the Ministry or Department of Defense, the DoD of the United States. And this is their ambition, the ambition that you've mentioned, to be carbon-free by 2050. And hopefully the technologies that we will have by 2050 will look differently, so perhaps we'll be able to create armor without carbon footprint. Today, in our plan, we have a plan up until 2035, and one of the areas is called main battle tanks. But the fact whether the whole area of ground warfare will be organized around this platform is not known. We do not know what materials we will have at our disposal 20 years from now or 40 years from now. And when talking about revolutionary and breakthrough technologies or new materials, including or disruptive technologies, it's also a question of raw materials that we have at our disposal. And without talking about the new Green Deal, there is also an effort to introduce new innovative technologies and new solutions. And in the US, they've already started using new technologies because it's a business. It's a business, it involves money, and it has a perspective. It's very prospective. There are two questions. Both are for Lubor Kovařík. They were asked anonymously. The first question, in the context of the current crisis, if we imagine that the Czech Republic were also faced by such crisis, what capacities does our defense industry has if we had to switch to a war industry or military? In the past, there were some agreements between the ministry and the state administration of reserves that also has dealt with mobilization and technical capacities of our companies. So this model is being further developed, also thanks to the activities of the Ministry of Defense and the section that is headed by Mr. Kopechne, who was here as well. So we met the capacities of the domestic industry, and by domestic industry I mean both private as well as state-owned companies. So we met their capacities that could be used for the needs or that could be used by the state. So we are trying to find out how such capabilities could be, or how such needs could be covered. We can see that in the future we cannot do without drones or UAVs. Is the Czech defense industry ready to manufacture or supply or participate in these new technologies such as drones, UAVs? And I have my own question. Why is it that Turkey, a country that is less developed than the average of the EU, is so successful in the area of UAVs, and we are not? Why is Turkey so successful? Well, I think the capacities of the defense industry is great, be it the surveillance systems or the flight systems. So I think the Czech industry has the ambition as well as the capabilities to cover also this area regarding the UAVs. Drones, they are popularly known. As regards Turkey, let's not underestimate Turkey and its defense industry, its innovative force, and its wide spectrum coverage. But also the fact that Turkey, over the past decades, has been more or less in various stages of warfare, of a state of war. So we can look at it differently. But when it comes to the innovative cycle, it has a very positive impact on innovation and the need for innovation. Okay, thank you. So now we can open the stage for discussion. Alexander Vondra has a question. I think what's important is to distinguish between issues related to innovation, and Americans and Israelis work with it a lot because innovation increases the autonomy of their troops, streamlines logistics and so on. So that's good. But then there are things that are not connected to it, and they stem from the illusion that we are building an Eden paradise that will be here without any evil and so on, and we will use also legislative tools for that. And I think that here we need to stop being naive. We need to have this mental shift, because we live in the world of realpolitik. We still do, and this blue sky thinking cannot stand in these times. And when we look at the legislative issues, we know that there's been a partial ban on lead, and perhaps we should think whether this is a good way to go, because if we have warfare in a forest or in an urban zone, if you use lead, it will ricochet and you will kill more civilians. So perhaps there's a question whether we should take this into account as well. Yes, we will definitely support it, because this is one of the weird activities. A ban on lead ammunition is a nonsense. So we will definitely try to support support the end of such a ban or similar initiatives that would try to ban lead ammunition and so on. Well, right from the beginning, I was trying to say that the Czech National Bank has nothing to do with it, but I do not want to be an alibi. Well, it's true, the Czech National Bank is not to blame, but on behalf of the government, I think perhaps one of the problems is that sustainable funding falls within the remit of Ministry of Finance, but the repercussions are seen everywhere else but the Ministry of Finance. I am a member of the Czech National Bank as well as the Committee for the European Economic and Social Committee, and ministers there were dealing with the question whether we will have or not have nuclear energy. Why should they deal with it? This is not their remit. So sometimes things like that don't make sense, and perhaps we should have a coordination working group that should deal with it. Would Jiří Šedivý like to say something like that? Of course, this goes besides us, and on the other hand, we are an organization that provides various solutions. Currently, we have 14 capability technology groups, and one of them is focused on ammunition. And within this group, we address various issues regarding future developments. I think your group is represented there as well. So, but what I'm trying to say is that whatever we do, whatever projects we implement, it always involves troops or soldiers. And if there are any innovations that could perhaps cause some concerns that they would be at the expense of operational efficiency, it is absolutely out of the question, especially now in today's situation. So I think we don't have to worry about this. I think that this goes for the taxonomy as well. I don't think that under the current circumstances we have to be worried about these issues. So it seems that in the Czech Republic, or at least it seems to me, that in the Czech Republic the major view is that we should look for opportunities in crisis, in the times of crisis. And now perhaps the EU could realize that when it comes to its green perfectionism, that perhaps it is a bit exaggerated, and perhaps it could take a step back and go back to more rational thinking. But it seems to me that it is not shared across the EU, and in the energy sector, some people even say that we should speed up the green transition, and then perhaps it will even concern the defense industry as well. So it seems to me that we have two directions. One of them is saying, let's take a step back, and another one is saying, let's accelerate our efforts. So what would you say? I would start with Mr. Kovařík. From the point of view of defense industry, sustainability is definitely the way to go, but it cannot be at the expense of strategic independence and security. I feel that both of these things are happening at the same time. So we can see an increased pressure on sustainability and green resources, but at the same time we know that the transition will be dirtier than expected, more messy, or messier than expected. Because now we can see that if we continue with the sanctions, then we have to have other resources as well if we want to stop being so dependent on Russian gas and oil, or Russian gas. So I think that we will go in both directions at the same time. And in Germany, there are some topics being opened, topics that used to be taboo just a few weeks ago, such as the extension of the life or the life of their NPPs. I think they've already closed this topic again, but maybe I'm mistaken. Perhaps there's something new again, because things are changing every day.
As far as impact of various green activities is concerned for the defense industry, now the debate is more structured. Now there is no time to do that, to question the military capabilities, and the flow of finding various green solutions, it will strengthen, and it's quite natural. As technologies are developing and innovations are being found, it's also an opportunity for the Czech presidency. Our agency plans several events during the Czech presidency. One of them will be a consultation forum for sustainable energy in defense and security industry, and it's a forum that meets twice a year. We co-chair it and co-organize it with the presidency, and there is NATO also involved, also non-EU member states, representatives of the industry. Several interesting projects are being discussed there. In December, we started a 2-year program. It's an incubator for introducing circular economy principles in defense industry. And there are really many interesting things. And the circular economy, that's one of the ways how to actually get rid of dependencies and the partial answer to the huge problem with the security of supply chains. So it's much more structured. I have to say that in the Czech Republic, more than ever, I see the high level of green skepticism, and it's higher than in all the other member states that I have visited. So I call on the defense industry to think about it. Come to us and let's talk about it. You will see opportunities, and there'll be more and more money in it. And this is the driving force, and we are back at the US. So thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists, Jiří Šedivý, Marek Mora, Lubomír Kovařík. And our time is up, and there will be the next panel on the next topic. So thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you.
Tak dámy a pánové, jenom jestli mohu, technickou budeme pokračovat hned.
Just a housekeeping comment. We will continue immediately. The next panel will start immediately. There is no break.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Um ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é um
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Tak dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové, já vás poprosím, abyste zaujmuli.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will continue. There will be no break, so please take your seats.
Abychom měli prostor na další tematický panel.
And we have the next panel that will focus on role of technologies in securing strategic resilience. And we cannot imagine security without technologies these days, and we need to realize the key role of new technologies, and we need to talk about it. And that's why I have true experts on this area. I would like to briefly mention the topics and also introduce our speakers. It's clear that we live during the times of technology revolutions, and the technologies are an integral part of our everyday lives. It's clear that they also have impact also on security and on conflicts and on a perception of security. I would like to ask our first panelist, Daniel Bagem. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to talk about this in more detail. He is a strategist of the military intelligence of the Czech Republic, focusing on technologies. In the past, he used to be the cyber attaché in Washington at the Czech embassy for the past 3 years. Also, he worked at the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. And the next panelists, I will introduce them briefly now. Well, the new technologies, when we talk about AI, about big data, about machine learning, quantum technologies, autonomous systems, space technologies, they represent huge opportunities as they offer simplification and also various types of applications, but also they are related to risks and security risks in particular if we are not careful enough and if we do not strengthen strategic resilience. So I'd like to talk about this as well. And that's why I invited also Michal Piechowczyk. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Michal is an expert on AI in our country, and 20 years ago he founded an AI center. And what we need to say about him is that he's the Chief Technology Officer at Avast Software. He is perhaps the most well-known speaker on AI technologies, and he also works at the Czech Technical University. So thank you very much for joining us. And he might talk about the cooperation between the private industry and the academia, as one of the strongest phenomena is that those groundbreaking technologies, the developers and also controllers are in fact private entities, corporations, and non-state players and individuals. And if we look at what is going on in Ukraine, we also see the role of Elon Musk, who actually provided internet connection from his satellites in Ukraine. And we could see also involvement of Microsoft that cooperated with the Ukrainian company defending Ukrainian against cyber attacks. So we see the role of non-state players. So I would like to open this topic as well, as if we want to talk about ensuring strategic resilience, the communication between the state and private entities will play a big role. So I would like to ask them to talk about this issue, and that might be also a topic for Brigadier General Karel Řehka, who is the Director of National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Karel has quite an impressive career in military. He participated in various missions in the Balkans, and we are happy to have him here with us today. And he'll also talk about the strategic resilience and resilience against cyber attacks in the Czech Republic. So all the speakers know what to cover, and I pass the floor on to Daniel. And I hope that he'll talk in more detail on how emerging disruptive technologies actually change the concept of our perception and what is new in these trends. The floor is yours. So thank you for inviting me, and I am glad that I have the opportunity to share with you my views. Before I start talking about specific aspects of the technology adaptation in the intelligence sector, as I am a person who works for the state, I want to say something with respect to the war in Ukraine. The question is, in 2016, there was the national security audit conducted that responded to the annexation of Crimea, and the audit had many tasks. It's 6 years later, there is a war in Ukraine, and I would like to see the comparison and to see how many tasks were fulfilled, and not only on paper. And this is a question that actually frames today's discussion. One thing is to perceive what we need to do, and then the second, that we need to actually implement it. When we talk about modern technologies, well, disruptive and emerging technologies are defined in various ways. NATO has a definition, US has their own definition. For us, for the intelligence service, we focus on two aspects. One aspect is that we need to have the knowledge, we need to understand how it works in order to adapt to the new reality. On the other hand, the EDTs, as Martina has said, also impact how the society works. So there is a impact on the private society. It is also a way, it influenced the way how we can actually collect information. I'll give you several examples. If we look at census, the number of data that we all face is exponential. The data that we generate as a humanity is doubling in every 2 years, and we, military intelligence, need to go through it and look for significant information and data. The problem is that in the past, it was the state that actually ordered some military platforms, and although it was produced by private industry, it was the state that commissioned these technologies, and the state used the technologies and influenced the development. Then there were certain overflows, and actually we still draw on them. But today the situation is totally different. It is the private sector that innovates the technology, not the state. The state tries to catch a breath to understand what the private sector launches on the market, and the state tries to understand what is it that is actually sold in the shops. And the state needs to not only understand it, but also adapt to it. If you have the technology, it's one thing, but then you need to be able to implement it and work with it. I'll give you an example from history. There is a principle of carrier ships. The US and the Great Britain were involved in it. One state understand what is the potential, the other did not. So one of them understood it and is a big power, the other is not. And the question is whether we can only buy technology as a state, but then we have an issue to integrate it into the functioning of intelligence activities or other activities, or whether we are able to reshape the functioning of the state. And that relates to R&D. Applied research is in the hands of private sector, 99% of it. It is our problem, not the problem of the private sector. We get to the phase when perception of technologies from the point of view of users of the state is lagging behind when compared to private users. When we look at the basic principles of AI, we see it as an instrument. When I joined the military intelligence, I started by introducing our superiors the concept of the processing, the speed of processing of information, how the private sector sees it and the state perceives it. When we look at the trading and the stock exchange, the tranches in those huge volumes are milliseconds. And the human analyst that processes information looks at it and is able to respond in minutes on some sensor data. But when we have algorithms that in 250 milliseconds are able to respond, when we talk about stock exchange, are able to deal huge tranches, then the analysts are useless. And in the state sector, we have a problem to realize that we will be replaced by machines. I'm not saying that people will not be needed. When you look at space technologies, it's one of the areas that are part of EDTs. We talk about sensors, about communication, etc. But what is interesting for me is how am I able to analyze it?
For me, it is more important to make sure that the analysts are looking at the picture, the satellite picture, to say why these EDTs are and not or the tanks, and not how many tanks there are. And that's why we have AI applications or machine learning applications that use tools that are able to say what you see in the satellite picture. But our state is not able to adapt to this change. We still consider technologies as something, as a servant, but we don't realize that technologies are actually way ahead of us. In the previous panel, or maybe the one before that, we discussed the issue of armor and so on. Another big issue in the area of EDTs is the material engineering. Synthetic materials. We're not talking about armor. We talk about two-dimensional materials, materials that have been discovered in the past years and have amazing physical properties compared to how we, for instance, perceive armor. Or armoring, armor plating. And the question is to what extent our governments can adapt to it, or whether they look at it and say, okay, it's worth financing. Perhaps we could finance a startup, or perhaps we could apply these technologies so that we are competitive. Because other countries are not just sitting back and waiting. We can look at the Ukraine and say, okay, we can see that when it comes to the use of we can see the situation is quite changing there, but there are countries who realize that perhaps looking at what's going on, we need to upgrade our army. We have to invest in new equipment, in new military equipment, in order to be able to change and adapt our structure so that these technologies can help us. As was mentioned here, Starlink, Amazon, Microsoft, they stopped taking new customers from the Russian Federation. And the private sector has become not a partner of choice, but an absolutely indispensable partner so that we can actually act and do our job as the government, as a state. So the role of the private sector has changed, and we cannot do without the private sector. And it's not about buying something from the private sector. It's about making partnerships, PPPs, to face the threats jointly, to cooperate. And you can look at Starlink, Amazon, Microsoft, who declared their position in the conflict. And I dare say, perhaps I can say that after 2022, we could say that I think that in the future these partnerships will be ever more important, because the sector, private sector, on our side intervened into the fight, into the conflict. They are sending technologies to Ukraine. And the same way that Starlink, Amazon or Microsoft are helping, other companies can do so too. So the discussions that we've had here in the past, discussions about technical criteria and so on, these are useless now, because the reality is different. The reality is way ahead of us. And the same goes to EDFs, the ADTs. The moment we face an adversary using EDTs, the moment it is too late to think about how we can face them, what we can do against them. And that's where the role of the private sector is. Even though the private sector has a different motivation than we do, it can help us, it can motivate us to be more efficient. So that's it on my behalf.
Děkuji moc, Danieli, a já ti děkuji i za ten oslý můstek, který...
Thank you, Daniel, and also thank you for helping me introduce the next speaker, who is Michal Pěchouček, Chief Technology Officer at Avast Software. Michal, could you please tell us, from your point of view, what the trends in the cyber attacks are, how they are changing? What about the actors? What about their frequency, as well as the targets of these attacks, cyber attacks? And I would also like to ask you to emphasize what's most important in the area of strengthening our strategic partnership with the private sector and communicate our strategic resilience, because this is a very difficult area. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Zdeněk Pavlačik, to have the opportunity to be a member of this great panel. I must say, this is one of the first meetings where I don't have to explain to anyone that AI, artificial intelligence, is not the most acute threat that we are faced with. And in the past, I had to explain to people that AI is not here to conquer us and enslave us. And now we can see that conflict with a physical aggressor is actually more important. A large part of my career I spent at universities doing primary research, but today I sit here with in the role of Avast manager, a great cybersecurity company that is trying to protect the computers of individual private computers, private people. We protect millions of computers, and we also decided to withdraw all our business from Russia and to stop our business with Russia. Today, it's interesting to see that Avast, as a huge company in the sector, is merging with Norton, which is a top-notch company in the United States in this sector. So I'm looking forward to joining a European and American company and creating a Euro or a transatlantic giant in the area of cyber security, counter cyber attacks security, so that we can compete with Google or Microsoft and other such companies. This is, for me, is uncharted territory, and I think I'm quite excited about this transatlantic cooperation, because such cooperation is important for technological development in this sector. And it's important for security and democracy of the transatlantic sector. For me personally, it is interesting also because for 20 years I have worked on AI technologies without any and also I worked on UAVs and cooperated with American counterparts. The cooperation between in the defense industry between companies is very important, especially due to the asymmetrical nature of cyber attacks. It is a well-known fact that protecting some critical infrastructure is of utmost importance, be it an operational system or internet or a mobile phone, and it is more difficult and more expensive to protect such structure than to actually disrupt it and attack it. Sharing data, sharing know-how, sharing technologies is a key method of providing for long-term sustainable investment in cybersecurity. And there is also another phenomenon. This is very important for users of technologies, and that's the unprecedented development of artificial intelligence, because AI is increasing the precision in the area of defense industry, but also scales up the precision of attacks, and including cyber attacks. Therefore, we need to cooperate across various fields, also with the academia, and cooperate in the area of cybersecurity. It is of key importance. Only this way, those who defend our cybersecurity can create such an AI that will be able to fight back any cyber attacks, to withstand these attacks, and we need to use our best minds, our talents, in order to protect internet users against these cyber attacks. Because hackers today have very sophisticated attacks, and we do not want to waste our time or the time of our analysts to fight off automated attacks that are being led by artificial intelligence. We also need to be able to provide some counter value, not just receive value, but also give it back, and not only among companies, but also among countries. If you're just a passive receiver or recipient and don't give anything back, it's very dangerous, because when some unique technology is being shared, and it doesn't have to be just a critical infrastructure area, but this can be any developed smart technology, we as a country can end up in a position where in the entire ecosystem we will not have our voice heard, and we will actually be more vulnerable. That's why we need to be in a situation when we are able to increase the security of our citizens and be able to also offer some added value to also our industry. We need to have a high level of innovation. We need to have an open and liberal business environment, pro-business-oriented environment, and this is something that has to be done in cooperation with the academia, the industry, as well as the government. So all these three sectors have to cooperate. I have experience with all the sectors except for the cooperation with government. But perhaps I would give you a few recommendations of how such cooperation could be established and what it should focus on. First of all, it needs to be based on personal responsibility or accountability of both corporations as well as individuals, actors, celebrities, PhD students, anyone building this ecosystem. And for me, personal accountability is how technological development is being done in DARPA, a huge technological agency, which is not being managed by some staff, but by managers who are simply celebrities of technological industry who work at DARPA for the exact period of 5 years. Another area or another recommendation is to have a clear horizon in mind and to have a sufficiently long horizon, because even our enemies are in it for the long haul. And so too we have to have our unique capability in the area of technologies, and this is a long-term effort. And if DARPA gave something to the world, be it autonomous vehicles and so on, it took them over one presidential period to develop them.
The third one is the transparent technology risk. We need to go for risk. Without doing it, we do not use the opportunity of talents of our people to strive for perfection. So we need to go for risk, but we need to be able to support it and to reason. And then it's the trust among individual parts of the ecosystem and professions. It's inefficient for the scientists to defend their scientific project using the language of civil servants, and the civil servants to check the quality of scientific outputs with the education responsibility and authority that they have. The scientists need to trust the civil servants, and the state need to trust the scientists and the technologists. So to talk about 2021 as distant past is quite natural. Some people believe that Green Deal is a silky problem. I don't. Or gender inclusion. But silky problems are the proposals that last year and the year before actually led to strategic autonomy within Europe. These were some proposals of partial technology isolation or preferences of European solutions over US-based, and I do not agree with them. They are short-sighted and dangerous. And they could contribute to the fact that the business industry will lose access to the modern technologies and thus competitiveness. And they also reduce the security, and they could also disrupt the overall security and also the freedom of digital life. That's why it's important to invest into R&D and into open and competitive economic environment. We need to realize that the cybersecurity space of standard users is changing, and also the whole cyber security industry changes as the attackers attack not only machines, networks, infrastructures, but more and more people. People, their private data, identities, and their attention and their knowledge, their attitudes, their decisions. And the phishing technology does not focus on vulnerabilities of infrastructure and machines, but they look for vulnerabilities of how to force a person to do something that the person doesn't want to do, to open a toxic attachment or to click on a toxic link. It's a totally different domain, and a person becomes not an object but a means of cyber attack. And that is in the case when they are manipulated enough. And the internet manipulation, within the wider sense of the meaning, is perceived as an attack on the society during crisis situation, such as vaccination against pandemic or motivation of the population for hybrid war. This is not something that awaits us in the future, it's the present time. Also, I would like to say that I am proud how the Czech state and the society responds to the Ukrainian aggression, and also proud of the humanitarian aid we need to persevere. It will be a long-term effort, but it is beneficial to us. We have friendly relations with Ukraine. We realize that Ukrainians also fight for us. And also Ukraine has educated people, wonderful scientists. It is a superpower in software development, custom-based. So we want to make sure that they do not lose any of their capabilities, and they could actually participate in the work also in the Czech Republic, or perhaps will help them to restore the universities once they win the war. As the Czech universities were always open to migrants, and we should use this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Michala, for your last messages. And I pass the floor on to Karel Řehka, who is the director of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Karel, I would like to just remind us that in January, your agency issued a warning that related to the conflict in Ukraine. Could you remind us, it was several weeks before the start of the war, what were the risks that you warned against? And also, could you also tell us, I want to remind that your agency issued also the recommendation related to 5G network security. I also want to remind of your work in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Trade and other key entities. It's your active role in Prague proposals in 2019, 5G security toolbox of the EU. Our positions were strongly reflected. Are we very active in setting the right recommendations? But what is the position of the Czech state when implementing them? And how to, or what is the security of our critical infrastructure, and what is the situation with our capacity? Thank you. So there are several questions. Thank you. As for Ukraine and those various warnings, any of this conflict that takes place in the physical sphere also is reflected in the cyberspace. So what was going on was a premeditated action, and we saw it in the cyberspace for a certain time before. So the DDoS attacks, cyber attacks to some more destructive attacks from Russia to Ukraine took place in mid-January. We noticed that, and in the context of further information, we analyzed the environment and we assessed the growing risk. That's why we issued the first warning. And besides saying that in the context of escalation of the tension, there might be attacks, we also made specific recommendations. So we took the players, either in Russia or Belarus, that we considered relevant. We looked at what kind of vulnerabilities they use, what kind of techniques, procedures they use. And there was a set of warning for entities, what to look for, what to check, to update their system, what kind of vulnerabilities to focus on. It then escalated. And then we issued warning after the conflict started, warning based on the law, and it actually forces some of the entities to do certain things, and we updated it later on. In fact, we followed it continuously, and as it developed, we responded. And the warning and the set of reactive measures were pre-prepared, and based on the various scenarios, we issued them or published them. And apart, what we saw actually with respect to Ukraine and in the cyberspace is nothing surprising. These are things that we could see in the past and they could be expected. As for the impact on Europe, it's quite limited. In the Czech Republic, the impact is, there is no principal impact, but we work with various scenarios. One of the most probable scenarios is that the problems will actually also come to the Czech Republic, and the worst case scenario are targeted attacks on us. And we assess the factors, and the threat of targeted attacks is considered to be critical, and that is highly probable, almost sure that it could happen. I do not want to go into detail, but we have reasons for that. I hope it's enough on the warnings. Perhaps the fact that there were no large attacks does not mean that nothing is going on in Europe or that there wouldn't be anything going on in the background. What we actually noticed scans of ports, some sort of wide area scans, and that could be considered as surveillance and preparation of the possible attackers for attack on our systems. And that was not only detected in the Czech Republic, but also in other countries. And these were mainly countries that supported Ukraine or somehow clearly stated their position, and that ran across the state, including public institutions and critical infrastructure. So there are reasons to be careful, but we have not seen any specific attacks that could be attributed to the situation, the conflict in Ukraine. And I'm talking on behalf of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, and we only see the tip of the iceberg. We focus on critical systems. As for preparedness, what we have, since the beginning, the government takes this situation very seriously, and before the invasion as such, during the government meeting, there were many measures taken in various areas to minimize potential impacts, and that also relates to our agency and the cyberspace. Also, what needs to be said, and what I mentioned 2 years ago with respect to the pandemic, to build cybersecurity during a crisis, it's too late. It's either built or it's not. During the crisis, you could only see and come and see whether you have business continuity plans, whether people think about what they will do if emergency happens. So it doesn't mean that if the threat is increased, we can secure it. It will not happen. The same applies to army and building the army. This is the lesson we should take. As for the real situation, the Czech Republic is not that bad, in a bad situation as far as cybersecurity is concerned. But as for secure infrastructure, this is something that we're missing. And when talking about the future use of EDTs, including AI, because it cannot be used only by the defenders, but also attackers, and with the growing automation of attacks, and we see the number or the growing sophistication, the system that we have is decentralized and is counting on responsibility of every individual entity, and we need to build safe, secure infrastructure. And what is critical in the state is by creating a joint communication platform. Perhaps there were too many things said, but the government actually gave a task to our agency to come up with a draft by the end of this week. And it's also an item that is included in the manifesto of the government. So it's not related only to the conflict. It's something that has been planned and we work on it. Another thing that needs to be said, apart from the infrastructure as such, the IT infrastructure of the state, that is not in good order and it will not be sufficient for the future. We all who work for the state, we face lack of experts, technology experts. And I'm not saying that the state should do it on its own, all of it, that it should not outsource, but the state needs to have their own number of critical amount of competent experts in order to be able to analyze what to outsource. And there is lack of them in cybersecurity, in IT operation and in digitization because it's all interlinked. And this is something that we've been talking about for a long time. Everybody is repeating that state cannot pay IT experts, but nothing is done for a long term. And we need to do something about it because soon we will face a problem. And the idea that the state will get ready experts, that's wrong, because the people are not there, and the private company cannot find good experts, and they can always pay more than the state, and we need to have a strategy for that.
And it's not just about paying for an IT expert, which is also important, and we also have to resolve this issue, but it is also about whether we have systemized positions in our state administration, whether we have legislation how to remunerate these experts, or whether we will build our own system of educating them or creating these IT experts. And this is a key question, a question of key importance, because our security infrastructure is something that we are not able to build. And even if we build it, we will not be able to use it without competent people. And this is a big issue now. This is something that we have to also deal with at the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. And all the audits that we make show us that the primary problem, that is the cornerstone of everything, is the lack of competent technical experts, or IT experts. And thirdly, apart from infrastructure and HR capacities or staff, are unfinished institutions, starting with the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, where it starts. It's also an issue of cyber crime or military intelligence and so on. And this is again an issue that needs to be resolved. We've been talking about it for years, but no one has done anything about it, or not enough. And the National Cyber and Information Security Agency has been developed for years. We have at least something finished since August 2020. We have some concept. We increased our spending by 40%, which is quite a lot. But still, we have to have a long-term vision, and we have to continue in this direction. And as regards our capabilities, the capabilities of us to defend ourselves in the area of cyberspace, I think our legislation is quite good. Regulation is also good. And now I really mean it. Really, it's a really risk-based approach. But what we lack is to implement the non-technical side of cybersecurity. So we've been saying historically, we've been repeating that in the area of cybersecurity, we have to deal with not only the technical aspect, but also non-technical aspects. And this needs to be implemented in practice. That's what you've mentioned here, such as the 5G recommendations, the mechanism, legislative mechanism that is being created right now is something that it's quite difficult. You cannot imagine how difficult it is to convince not only the private sector, where you can understand because it's an extra regulation, but also we have to fight the state on this. So now this should be an opportunity to do something about it. And now we've heard, like, thank God the Russians are not building an NPP here. Just imagine we had an NPP being built by Russians here. And the same applies to the telecommunication networks or the cyberspace. So it is not just about technical solutions. It is also about not being dependent on some countries and their technologies. And this needs to be taken into account as well. We need to have a reality check in this regard. We have to realize that whether we like it or not, Russia is at war with us through Ukraine, that's true. But in a way, it is at war with us. We may not like it, but it was not our choice. Simply, it is what it is. And doing something when we are already in crisis is too late. Just imagine how often the strategic reality changes. 9/11, or first perhaps some peace operations, then 9/11, then counterterrorism, then counterinsurgency, then the Crimea. That was another huge wake-up call. Then we have a full-fledged war. So just imagine after how many years we have these strategic shocks, but these are not long years. Just imagine how many years does it take you to build a telecommunication network? How long does it take you to build a new, let's say, a battle group? It takes a long time. So we have to have a long-term strategy. And the biggest challenge lying ahead of us is to make sure that the resolve that we have at this moment is here with us in the future as well. That's the biggest challenge. We've heard all the declarations in the past. But what happened with Ukraine today, this is not a problem that will disappear in a few weeks or months. It is here to stay, and it will hurt us. It will hurt us economically, and it will not be pretty. And we have to remember what we are saying here today, and we have to stick to it. Thank you. That's it on my behalf. Thank you, Karel. Thank you for your messages. And also thank you for mentioning the capacities of the state and our ability and our capabilities. And I think the problem is quite essential in your area, but I think it could be translated into other areas as well. It's not just an issue that the National Cyber and Information Security is dealing with. We have to talk about digitization and realize the terrible condition of IT sections in individual ministries, how many IT experts they have and how they are paid. So this is a pain in the neck of also many ministries, including the Ministry for EU Affairs and Foreign Trade, or the Ministry of Industry and Trade that I represent here today. We have some Slido questions here. They are anonymous, so I would like to ask a few of them. One question deals with the EDTs, the emerging and disruptive technologies. So which one of them have the biggest potential? We talked about capacities, capabilities. So Daniel, where do you think we have the biggest potential? I will name two that pop up in my mind. AI and space, cosmic technologies. We have a very good base here, and it would be a pity not to develop further. So AI and space technologies. Would you perhaps have some message in this context, how to develop these areas, how the state could support these areas, because they are based on the support of the private sector. So what could the state do, what the government do? That's an interesting question for me with regard to my position. I think that the government should not put extra obstacles to the private sector. And one of the possibilities to actively support the private industry is, and it's actually happening, it's through the innovative fund in NATO or the accelerator fund Diana. These are issues that if the government continues to support, then it could help the private sector to establish itself and to use also public funds and also help them introduce or establish themselves in the world of huge consortia and participate in large projects, because these are projects run by German or French companies, but still we have a very good potential. We have great people, we have great minds, but we have the problem to get their ideas on the market. And now I'm not saying it as a military intelligence strategist, but as a citizen of this country. I keep saying it a lot. We should have, let's say, research laboratories where the industry, research sector and universities cooperated. And I cannot forget what Karel mentioned about the human resources in the state administration. I think this is the biggest problem. The government should focus on resolving this issue. It might look like this cannot be solved, because the truth is that in any country we have this problem. People who work in military and cybersecurity are paid multiple times less than people in the private sector, in private industry. But you can look at people in need organization who people work there for poor money, but after 5 years they have a great experience and they are sought after in the market, in the job market or labor market. And the same goes to other companies or other areas where people work for, let's say, 5 years, but when they leave the division they create startups and they are the most successful people in the area of cybersecurity. So we should help Karel and other state administration institutions or other state authorities to make sure that working for them is so interesting that it will attract graduates, fresh graduates who will think, okay, if I want to achieve something, I need to work a few years for the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, and then I can create my own company. And I think that this could be the right direction. Thank you. Yes, there are some also research activities connected to it. We're looking at some analysis, the system of qualifications and education or training in the Czech Republic. So we've been trying for quite a few months to discuss this problem, to also discuss it with other sectors. And we would like to come up with a proposal, some specific proposal. But this is an issue that transcends NUKIP. It covers other spheres as well. But as regards the technologies, perhaps I could name 3 principles of warfare, so to say. First of all, you need to have an objective and stick to it. Second of all, you need to concentrate your efforts. And third of all, you need to economize your effort. So where your efforts don't economize, it is not a priority. And why am I saying it? In the area of research and development and new technologies, we need to prioritize. We need to set our priorities, define them, focus on them, and then stick with them for, let's say, 10 years. Not that we start with quantum physics and networks all the way to something completely else. We cannot do everything. The Czech Republic isn't able to cover everything. Of course, we have great minds, we have talented people, but sometimes I hear that we are a power in this area or power in that area. We are not. We are lying to ourselves. The fact that we have great people here, that's true, but it doesn't mean that we are a power. in that area. We have a few minutes left. There's one question in the auditorium. Okay, I do not want to sound too negative and saying that we don't have any people and so on. My 15 years of experience working for state administration, I think the main problem of the state administration are processes that are not set the right way. It sounds like a cliché, but it is true. At the lowest levels, at the middle management, even at the highest positions, the system is creating its own obstacles that prevent it from functioning. Because in the Czech Republic, we don't bear a responsibility for our decisions, and the system adapts to it. So it creates processes that help everyone to be without any responsibility. Because we have these processes, we have these outdated processes, we are not able to be efficient and perform the way we could. And this could be solved with zero costs, with zero expenses. And if we resolve this issue, then the efficiency can grow significantly. Karel, when I'm listening to you, I can hear exactly what I was saying 2 years ago when I was the director of the agency, of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. So I was complaining about the same things that you are complaining now. And I felt like, no one's actually listening, that it is good for nothing. When I was saying it to the government, the same goes for funding. I remember when I went to the Ministry of Finance, I wanted to increase the budget for our IT experts or cybersecurity experts, and they said, well, we have Czech Philharmonic, they don't have enough funds, so we have to give some extra money to Czech Philharmonic. That was their argument. So that was just an introduction, but I have two questions. Yes, cooperation with the private sector. The problem is that we're not used to it. Everywhere else in the world, in Britain, in the US, they've been doing it like that for over 100 years. But there's one big issue. Who are these companies owned by? Who are the owners of these companies? I just heard that Cetin sold 30% to a company in Singapore. Singapore has a very strong Chinese capital. And I think that Cetin, perhaps, Karel, you could say this, you could have more up-to-date data. Perhaps there might be some systems of critical infrastructure. And this is something that we don't have in our hands. And another question, yes, AI is great, using it in military intelligence and so on, that's great, but we're not talking about the safety of AI. Because we can imagine cyber attacks, artificial intelligence, fighting of cyber attacks. But what if there is an attack on the artificial intelligence as such? The system learns itself. And what happens if there is a successful attack on the system of artificial intelligence?
In response to the reaction of Mr. Navratil, I'll perhaps cover the first. Since the 1st of May, we have a mechanism of checking FDIs from third countries at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and this is also the case of Cetin. And as this is a critical infrastructure, a sensitive area, it is being screened, and there is a mechanism checking that. So the state has a tool for that. And the second part of the question, Michal will answer. Just briefly, yes, you are right, you are right, you are right. AI, critical infrastructure. What if there are attacks? There will be attacks. We need to protect it. We need to have systems that could predict, that could make AI robust. That's all what we do. Unfortunately, that we are afraid that there'll be attacks on AI does not mean that we shall not use it. In the cyber intercourse, we cannot just compete against AI, so we just need to protect them. And as I can't see any questions from the audience, I would like to thank the panelists for your active participation. I wish you good luck, stay healthy, and see you soon. Just a brief comment. I could see a vehicle coming with the Ukrainian flag, which means that His Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine to the Czech Republic has arrived. And also I received an information that the state budget was approved, and we have also 7 representatives of the political parties and movements, which is one of the highlights. So please be here at 2:45 so that we can reconvene. Thank you.
We are Nato,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
le
attack
nord
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
tous.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Krásné dobré odpoledne, já se slyším. Zenda, slyšíš mě? Mluv.
Slyším tě, ale ty, když si musíš vypnout mikrofon.
Ale Zdendu úplně neslyším, jako jestli ho mám slyšet z mikrofonu.
No, musíš si vypnout mikrák.
Tak dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of all the organizers, we have good news for you, good pieces of news. We have His Excellency Yevhen Perebynis, Ambassador of Ukraine to the Czech Republic. And as the Parliament adopted the budget a couple of minutes ago, we have the full traditional political panel that is perhaps even more important this year than during the previous years of our conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. It is my honor, this situation when 2 weeks ago aggression started, that we have Mr. Yevhen Perebynis, His Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine to the Czech Republic. Please take the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I have to admit that I do not have any speech prepared, as it was a last-minute call, but I would like to share with you a couple of ideas on the current situation in Ukraine, of Europe and the whole world. I think that the world is facing the biggest crisis since World War II, and the first victim of this crisis is Ukraine. But it's not only about Ukraine. That is a war that was started by Russia, a war against Europe, against the civilized world. And I think that Ukraine today is in the front line, but that is our destiny, because unfortunately we have such a neighbor. It's geography. And we cannot change the geography. We fight. We are brave. There are huge losses for Russia. Losses that the army, the Russian army, has never had in the modern history of Russia. Unfortunately, there are losses also on the Ukrainian side, and I'm talking about soldiers, children, women, civil inhabitants. There are huge damages caused to our infrastructure, hospitals, schools, bridges, roads. We will definitely rebuild our state after we win, and we hope that the world will help us. We believe that, but we think right now only about one thing, and that is that we have to win. We do not know how long this is going to last. The only thing we know is that we'll keep fighting until the last drop of blood. We do not want to fight until the last living Ukrainian, but what I want to say is that without support of our friends, support of Europe, support of the West, this victory to achieve will be very complicated. We understand, well, we as diplomats understand that the NATO has its article number 5 that does not cover Ukraine. We understand that United Nations organization has no instruments to stop this Russian aggression. We understand all of that, and we realize that we'll have to fight on our own. But it's difficult to explain it to our people who actually look towards the West and expect that the help will come. They believe that, if there would be a mass killer in the house next door who would be killing women, children, what it looks like is that we do not have any tools and instruments. The police says we can't do anything because the mass murderer would come and kill us all. The inhabitants cannot do anything. So it looks a little bit hopeless. We live in the 21st century. And here we have a mass killer, a mass murderer. And apart from some fines and sanctions, we can't do anything. We can't arrest him, we can't kill him. It's difficult to understand for a common man in Ukraine. But we Ukrainian politicians and diplomats, we understand that. On the other hand, I have to say that the help that Ukraine receives from the West, from our friends in Europe and in the US, is huge. It's enormous. Putin miscalculated. He did not expect that there will be such a strong support from the West. He did not expect that the sanctions would be so devastating, that the military support will be so strong that it will include weapons, intelligence information, etc. Some 3-4 weeks ago, I gave an interview to a TV station. I said that if Putin attacks, because there was information that he might attack, although we did not believe it. I said that if he would attack, it would be the biggest mistake and it will be the end of Russia. It would be the end of Russia. And we are getting there. It is definitely the biggest mistake, and it will be a disaster for modern Russia. We are at the crossroad of history, and a new page of history will be written after Ukraine wins. And I would like to appreciate the help and support provided by the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic is currently one of the leaders among Western countries as far as military equipment and material, humanitarian aid are concerned, and we truly appreciate it. I'm not going to talk specifically about the amount of weapons, but I want to assure you that our troops are already using these weapons to protect and defend Ukraine and to defend and protect Europe, including the Czech Republic. And I want to assure you that to support Ukraine with military materials and equipment makes sense, because the Ukrainians are fighting and we will keep fighting, and we have a chance to win. We just need more support in terms of weapons, in terms of sanctions, that would definitely hit the Russian economy in a devastating way, so that the Russian society understands that their leadership will actually take them to a complete disaster, and so that they start doing something. I'm truly happy that the Ukrainian issue has united the Czech politicians as well and the Czech political scene. It was an honor for me to have a speech in the Chamber of Deputies as well as in the Senate. When the resolution was unanimously adopted in the Chamber of Deputies, it was supported by all the political parties. That was a signal that Ukraine is actually supported by not only all the politicians, but also the Czech society. The huge solidarity that we feel today, it's just unbelievable. The flags and the support, the material support that we receive that come to our bank account and to other accounts where we collect money to purchase weapons and ammunition in the Czech Republic. We had almost 600 million crowns, 550, and we have already spent about 450 million, and we procured weapons from Czech warehouse, from Czech manufacturers, and they have already arrived to their destination, where they should be. Also, I would like to thank the Czech government, the Czech friends, for their support provided to Czech migrants. I know this is a very sensitive issue. The Ukrainians cannot be blamed that they had to flee. These are mainly women and children, wives of the soldiers that fight against the Russian aggressor. I know that the support will not be here forever. We know that it's human psychology if there is plenty of something, then voices start to be heard. Why should we sacrifice something for people from other countries? And it's a legitimate question, it's logical. But I want to ask you, the Czech government and the Czech society, please keep up. I believe that the Ukrainians who have already arrived or will arrive will prove to be true Europeans, grateful to the state that gave him a helping hand. And they will not be a burden, but they will be a contribution for the Czech Republic. I, as an ambassador, believe they will not stay here forever, that they will come back to rebuild Ukraine after our victory. So these were just a few of my ideas I wanted to share with you, but I truly want to thank the Czech Republic for their understanding, the situation that Ukraine is facing right now. for understanding, as we heard from Prime Minister Fiala today at this conference, it is not just a war of Russia against Ukraine. It's a war of Russia against the whole civilized world. Because we are at war. Well, perhaps fights are a couple of hundred kilometers from the European borders, but there is war. The war has been on for a while because we talk about a hybrid war, and there are many aspects to it: cyber aspect, economic aspect, energy aspect. And I'm grateful that the Czech Republic is aware of that and that you support Ukraine. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention.
Tak, vážený pane velvyslanče, děkujeme jednak, že jste si udělal čas.
Excellency, thank you. Thank you very much for giving us your time, and also thank Ukraine for its fight. And now I would like to ask the representatives of all political parties and movements currently in the Chamber of Deputies to come to the stage.
Dobré odpoledne, vaše excelence.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the political discussion called Political Perspectives in the Context of Current Situation. And perhaps none of us knew how important this debate was going to be today. I would like to introduce the speakers in an alphabetical order, but not an alphabetical order of the names, but the names of their parties and movements that they represent. So first of all, I would like to introduce Andrej Babiš, representative or leader of ANO 2011, chairman. Then Ivan Bartoš, Czech Pirates Party chairman, deputy prime minister for digitization and minister of regional development. Jan Bartošek, vice president of the Christian Democratic Party, deputy speaker of the Chamber of Deputies. Alexander Vondra, Civic Democrats, Deputy Chairman, Member of the European Parliament, Tomio Okamura, SPD Chairman, Vít Rakušan, Stan Chairman, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior of the Czech Republic, and Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Top 09 Chairwoman, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. The topics that we are going to touch upon today will be the sustainability of defense spending, also stability of the internal environment or domestic environment of the Czech Republic, based on the data from mobile operators. We have some 200,000 refugees in the Czech Republic, and others are to come. So we will also talk about how the Czech Republic is ready for such a refugee influx and the impact on education, healthcare, and other systems of the Czech Republic, and for how long we expect them to stay here, and what we can offer them, and how the Czech Republic can stay in such a state that there will not be social tensions. And the third topic will be taxonomy, because hand in hand with defense, we also need to have the funding for the defense industry. And currently in the EU, the defense industry is at the same level as hazardous games or tobacco. So banks and investors should consider them as, let's say, not socially beneficial And perhaps this will change due to what's going on in Ukraine. And we will also discuss this because the Czech Republic is going to have the presidency of the Council of the EU. So this is a great challenge for us. And what we will discuss. Each of you will now have 90 seconds to introduce your vision in this current security environment, and I will also give you the floor in the order you were introduced. I know that ladies should come first, but we decided to keep it in an alphabetical order, and Ms. Pekarova was informed, so she will not be angry with us. So I would like to ask Mr. Babiš to turn on the microphone, and when the red light is on, you can start. Mr. Babiš. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. The 24th of February 2022, we woke up to a completely new world and new reality. The night Ukraine was invaded by Russia. 30 years an independent state and sovereign state and a member of the UN. It had been prepared for months, and since then we have had war close to us, close to NATO border, to the border of Slovakia. None of us could have imagined that after World War II we were going to see something like that again. This situation has several aspects. NATO members, especially the eastern flank, faces a completely new security threat. Russia is at the NATO border, and if it succeeds, it can have another reason to invade further. That's why we need to strengthen the eastern flank, and we support it. We also have to change our approach to security. Let's forget about missions in exotic countries. We have to focus on our own territorial security and defense, and we have to reform our army. We have to strengthen our air defense. We have to protect our army, our territory. We have to also cooperate with other armies as part of the EU battle groups. So we have to take our security seriously. Our independence has never been taken for granted, or should not have been taken for granted. And this time it applies even more. We have to strengthen our sense of belonging, our compatrioship, our patriotism. We have to strengthen our strength. My time is up. So thank you. I don't think you need to have respirators because it's very difficult for others to understand you. So as speakers, you can take off your respirators. I'm sure that our viewers will also appreciate it because it will be easier to understand you. So Mr. Bartosz, 90 seconds as well. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm also a regular guest here, participant, so I would like to thank representatives of the army as well as rescue services, volunteers as well as civilians who are currently helping in today's crisis, such as during the previous COVID crisis, people who found the strength in themselves to help others. The recent events show us that the security of our world was not for granted, and we cannot take it for granted, and that we have to fight for our freedom and security. And we have to be ready for those who don't share the same values with us, who strive for power and who are driven by their ego. The Czech Republic has its own experience with a similar aggression in the past. I'm glad that we coordinate our efforts with other partners at the EU level, because having a unified front is very important, be it at the EU or NATO level. That gives us a realistic chance at stopping Putin. It turned out that calling for a stronger Czech Republic outside NATO or outside the EU were completely wrong. And if we want to be strong, we need to cooperate with our partners. So I would like to ask the politicians and our partners not to misuse the crisis and the suffering of the Ukrainians, not to spread the disinformation, not to create disputes, because that's exactly what plays into the hand of Vladimir Putin and his regime. Thank you. Mr. Bartoszek and his 90 seconds. You can see the timer in front of you, so if you follow the time, I don't have to stop you or interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Putin has had 3 strategic goals, objectives. First of all, to disrupt democracy in the countries of Eastern Europe and to restore Soviet Union to some extent, to disintegrate and Europe, and to push US outside of Europe. Putin has been bombing hospitals, innocent mothers and children. It can be compared to the behavior of a Nazi chairman in the 1930s. We have to say that Russia has underestimated both Europe as well as Ukrainians, brave Ukrainians. And we have to now talk about increasing our defense budget. The 2% GDP spending is clear now. No one disputes that. We have to modernize our acquisition system. We have to strengthen our ammunition supplies and also or stocks of ammunition. We have to shift our strategic production to the Czech Republic or Europe, because that's the territory that we can use in case of conflict. I think we should also open the question whether we should offer Slovakia the protection of their airspace with the use of our Gripens before they receive their F-16 fighter jets, and we should also strengthen our cybersecurity. There's no question about that, no doubt about that. Price is or liberty is at high price, but cowardice even bigger. Alexander Vondra, we woke up into a new reality on the 24th of February, a new world where rules are not so important as before. We woke up to a new reality of economic strength, of information strength and military strength. This is the new environment that we have to adapt to if we are to survive. If we are to survive the several upcoming winters. Let's be glad that we are members of NATO. We got there when it still was easy, and let's do anything in our power to keep the West united. Our defense spending is absolutely essential to achieve the 2% GDP threshold within the next 3 years. There are no excuses possible. We have to modernize our army, including our heavy brigade, including our air force and air defense system. This is clearer than ever. We have to continue. And I'm proud how the Czech government approached it under at the helm of our Civic Democratic Party. We have to contain Russia. We have to help Ukraine. We have to help the refugees. This is a great task ahead of us, and I'm glad how Czechs approached it. We have to strengthen the eastern flank of the alliance. These are the most important tasks for us, and we have to strengthen our energy security. So that's what we have to do.
Okamura.
Mr. Okamura. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference and to say a couple of words. We can think that the war in Ukraine changed the situation around our defense, but I can only say that this war only confirmed the principles that we try to pursue. It's full self-sufficiency in military issues, similarly to Israel, which is a similarly sized country. It's realistic to achieve it. We cannot purchase weapons based on what the defense industry lobby wants to get rid of, but we need to create a new modern model of the army with a priority being efficient defense of our borders. Israel is an example also in other aspects. They know that in case of emergency, they need to rely on themselves. So every ally for them is good, as they have so many enemies, so they do not create artificial enemies. International peaceful cooperation is yet another important principle, and I want to quote the Slovak President Čaputová. We can prevent crisis if we talk with each other with respect, because when we listen to each other, we hear different opinions and we see a specific person. Yes, only if we allow for open discussion, then we are on the right way to overcome crisis. Mr. Rakušan. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I've already participated in the last conferences, and the debates were academic, theoretical. We talked about where the world is going. But now we talk quite specifically what security and defense of the Czech Republic means and what are the values. And we need to say who is our enemy. Although many talked about it, many didn't want to hear it, that Russia is our enemy and that Rosatom could not participate in principal tenders in our country. Many would not understand where our strategic friend is, mainly NATO countries and also EU member states, and who the strategic enemy is. Hopefully that we see the reality and that we understand that we are at war, economic war, then disinformation and the value. But it is mainly Ukrainians who fight also for us, and we should really be grateful to them. We need to spend 2% of GDP on our army. We need to reassess also our position with respect to internal security, and we need to be able to also defend our cyberspace. And in the last sentence, I would like to thank all the members of the Fire Rescue Service, of the Medical Emergency Service who participate in coping with this humanitarian crisis. And Markéta Pekarová-Adamová. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I also remember when we talked about 2% of spending, but still it is an objective and we need to implement it. We also warned about hybrid threats, about huge disinformation flows coming from Russia that disintegrate the democracy nature of our society. We did a lot, but not enough. And we can see it today when we face a war that is very close to us, and we are part of it. So it is a wake-up call that we need to use. Many things have already been heard and said by my colleagues from the government. So please remember in weeks and months when it's more difficult that right now we are looking at hospitals and maternity wards and schools being bombarded, and it's not far away from us, and we could be in their place. So be compassionate not only now, but also in weeks and months, and let's keep helping when the solidarity, euphoric solidarity, will become more tiresome. It's important, and please do not believe that we can do without NATO, that we could be independent similarly to Israel. We all see that the truth is quite different. Thank you very much for sticking to the time limit. His Excellency thanked the Czech Republic for the help. But I also felt a question, what next? What can we offer to Ukraine? Can we offer more weapons? Whether the extra billion that was added in the budget to the Ministry of Defense, could a portion of it go to Ukraine? Mr. Bartosz, what is the plan? Well, the ministers of this government participate in the negotiations and meetings discussing the European joint meetings. We discuss also modern technologies, because Russia not only in hybrid technologies, even the Czech nationals cannot contact their relatives. So we talk about satellite phones. We talked about equipment for receiving internet signal. So we have a list of requirements related also to this non-military equipment, and we are working on things like getting together night vision cameras, but also communication devices. And the Czech Republic is seen as best practice in the area of, for example, providing SIM cards and roaming. And the weapons, I want to ask you, Mr. Rakusan, are you planning more assistance? Yes, well, we are responsible mainly for the humanitarian aid, and we try to coordinate it at the European level. And big thanks goes to Fire Rescue Service. We'll get to it, but you're representing the government. I know that you are responsible for the migrants, but today you approved 1 billion more for the Ministry of Defense. So could you please answer my question? We also think about specific needs of Ukraine. We are discussing it, and of course it relates also to providing tools to Ukrainians to be able to fight, but we are not going to talk specifically about the help that we have provided and we will provide. We just want to assure you that we will keep supporting Ukraine. What would be the position of the opposition? Well, the coalition approved the budget. It's clear that we need a new budget, and we approved the increase by 2.8 billion, 1.8 for the Ministry of Interior and 1 billion for the Ministry of Defense, but it's not enough, so we expect that the new budget will come and the government will take into account inflation, and that we will continue with this support. But we live in the Czech Republic and our citizens have huge problems, and we don't want our middle class to become poor. So our proposals are clear, and hopefully the government will listen to our proposals. I asked about the position of the opposition. Will you support the government in providing support to Ukraine? That's what we do. We supported the changes to the budget, and you'll keep doing it. The main burden will be here at home. If we have 300,000 migrants from Ukraine, the cost for medical insurance is 21,000, and then accommodation, schools, etc., etc. So it makes up altogether about 6 billion. And there will be funding needed here at the Czech Republic, and hopefully the conflict will end soon. It would be great if the world leaders and hopefully Mr. Fiala will learn from President Macron what President Macron discussed with Putin for 2 hours. It would be great to know it, so that we would not be afraid that we'll go further. Mr. Okamura, at the beginning of the conference, Mr. Lipavsky here at the conference has said that the Czech Republic needs to strengthen its military capability and be prepared for painful decisions. Are you ready to support even those painful decisions related to budget and related to increasing defense budgets? I actually do not understand what the foreign ministry talked about. He is not a member of the parliament, so he's not following the discussion. The parliament rejected our proposal. We actually proposed to increase the defense spending, and we suggested to decrease the EU or the funds that go into EU. We also suggested to support students, pensioners, and other inhabitants. So the Minister of Foreign Affairs says one thing, and then the coalition votes for different proposals. They only vote for their own proposals, and they are not there. So it's difficult to lead this discussion. And when we talk about government proposals, we do not know what they plan. They do not inform us. So these are the question marks. And I would follow on His Excellency. Our movement said that we support help for the necessary period of time, but we also warn, and I am glad that we need to discuss it, as we receive lots of news from our citizens who are afraid of whether the health system is sustainable. That will be the next topic, if I may. So let's stay with defense and defense spending. Well, I am talking about it. We have only one budget, and the budget cannot be increased. And we do not have any information about the plan of the government, and the government has no plan, and it has not introduced any plan for social peace. So what is the situation, and why do you not inform the opposition about your plans? Well, Mr. Okamara again said, the EU, we will need to resolve this grave situation. There will be 5 million people actually fleeing Ukraine, and the EU will play a key role, including humanitarian aid and funding and refunding of the material aid. So it's quite different. If we want to resolve the situation with accommodation, integration into the schooling system, we will need money that were perhaps originally planned for some development projects, but they will go into keeping social peace in EU member states, and that was clearly said at the government. Dictatorships do not need functioning economies and social peace. But Mr. Okamura said, well, we need to invest into keeping the quality of life, and the EU will play an important role. But Mr. Okamura says that the government does not inform the opposition, that the government does not support their defense spending. So I showed that there are bad arguments used because we are a net receiver of funds from the EU, and will keep drawing more and more funds from the EU. And I just can't actually imagine. He was more inclined to Russia. He wanted to leave NATO. How to discuss with him strategic plans that we then communicate with NATO, EU.
So now I need to have Mr. Okamura react. I would like to ask Mr. Bartosz to stop being our spokesperson. Our party does not need any spokesperson. We can defend our own views ourselves. The point is that you're talking about defense spending, but you were against it. Your party was against it to modernize Czech army. That's my point. Mr. Lipavsky is saying something, and then you vote against it. And you cannot even tell us the plans of the government, because we all know that you don't have any. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Vondra. Mr. Okamura said that he would like us to have full-fledged and self-sufficient army. Is it even possible? Well, if we were to be able to defend ourselves, have an all-round defense, we would need to give not 2% of GDP on defense spending, but 3 to 4%. So let's be glad that we are part of NATO, that we have some division of labor, so to say, within NATO. It is not true that the government today said that they would give 1 billion to the Ministry of Defense because, well, the budget had to be adopted as it was because we're in budgetary provisorium. But it doesn't mean that we were not going to adjust or adapt the budget. Of course, the government will have to adopt some strategic measures. The government will have to give more money to defense spending. The government will have to give more to the military to modernize our security forces and defense forces. But on the other hand, we'll have expenses as well, but I'm sure that the EU will help us definitely when it comes to the stabilization in Ukraine. I'm sure the EU will help us. Of course, Ukraine will need a Marshall Plan, but this is not just something that the Czech Republic has to do. Ukraine needs to defend its territory so that Russia is not back on our border. We have to take care of the refugees. Of course, it will cost several billions. We all know that. We will give some from our own pocket, and I hope that some will be given from the EU. And last but not least, we have to keep the social peace here and cohesion in our society, which in the times of volatile energy prices is not an easy task. We need to take care of those who are poor among us, and as regards the impact on the middle class. I think there's one thing that's important. Oil prices and how much we pay for petrol, gas. I paid 3,000 for a full tank. In the past, it was 2,500 Czech crowns to fill in the tank of my car. So, you know, when we look at what's going on, we see the politicians, you know, picking up the phone, calling to Riyadh, calling to Saudi Arabia, calling, you know, to oil-rich countries to increase the oil production. But of course, this is something that we have to address with other countries as well. Mrs. Pekarová-Adamová, Mr. Fiala, or Prime Minister Fiala said that we had to diversify the energy sector and decrease our dependence on Russia, our oil dependence or our gas dependence. Have you started with this diversification? Yes, one of our long-term goals is to be able to be independent on Russian energy supplies. Recent events will only accelerate this process. We try to have as many solar panels or photovoltaic panels as possible, and we want to adopt other measures. So we support these efforts, but we need to draw greater attention to these alternative sources of energy. We need to intensify our efforts, but it is not enough because renewable sources of energy cannot replace all other sources of energy that we are using today. So these are steps that are very ambitious from the point of view of the European Commission, which announced its objective to decrease our dependence by 2/3 this year, but we have to do it. We cannot fund Putin's war through our energy supply or through our energy use. So we have to be resilient. You can see the differences in our speeches. I'm glad that our Prime Minister is Petr Fiala in these times of crisis. one of the first things that he said 2 weeks ago is that it will have an impact on us as well. We will feel it. We will feel it when it comes to our comfort, when it comes to our living standards. So we have to look at the situation clearly. We cannot pretend to continue like nothing is going on. The war will impact us as well, and we can already feel it. But not everything that we can do is in the hands of the government. We cannot affect everything, and we cannot compensate for everything. It is fair to say that we cannot do everything. Mr. Bartošek, you mentioned that we should offer Slovakia the protection of their airspace. Is it something that you've already started discussing with Slovakian counterparts, or has Slovakia asked us for such assistance? Just a brief reaction to what's been said before. I would like to put the discussion in the right context, or within the right context. Sometimes it is difficult to explain that you're paying for refugees to the people whose relatives were killed. Try to explain to someone in Mariupol that we are not able to provide supplies or assistance or bring equipment there. Try to explain it to someone who's trying to flee through the humanitarian corridors that are being bombed and are full of mines. These are the issues that Ukraine is faced with. Of course, the Czech Republic will help, and it is helping. Of course, we will release some funds for that. It's our responsibility as people living in a democratic world and as Christians. We cannot leave them hanging. We cannot leave them in the situation in which they are. We will help. We will continue helping them as the Czech Republic, as a community of democratic states. And as regards the strengthening of the eastern flank, I've mentioned some plans. I think that we will need more troops to protect the eastern flank. And what I've mentioned about the protection of Slovakian airspace, this is my personal idea, because I think that the main prerequisites that we had are now over. We now have to open to new topics. We have to be open to new topics. We have to address the issue of eastern flank, of strengthening our presence in the eastern flank, about strengthening our presence, our defense, upgrade and modernization of our army. And if you think that the Czech Republic can defend itself, it's a lie. Our strength is only as part of NATO, as a member state. If Ukraine were in NATO, or such as the Baltic states, Putin would not have had the courage to invade it. Here is a question from the audience. If I could ask you to answer it with one word, or you can answer it with 2 words, because these are 2 questions in one. Do you think it is realistic for Ukraine to join NATO and the EU? Do you think it is realistic? Definitely not. Yes. Both? NATO and EU? It depends on how the negotiations are led, but the EU has already took the first step, and Ukraine is considered a candidate country of the EU. And as regards NATO, well, it depends, but I think that people, countries that are part of the Western Bloc should be perceived that, but it is not a question for myself. No, someone from the audience is asking, so they are interested in your opinions. I told you my opinion, but I would like to emphasize that this is not my role. Yes, we all understand that you're the Minister for Regional Development. This is my personal opinion. On my behalf, it is yes for the EU and NATO, because yes, thank you. MEP Vondra. There's no time for a debate on institutions. Now it's time to act. Well, someone is interested in this. We need to have a mental shift. This is a question from the old world. The new world requires to do anything in our power to make sure that Ukraine survives. and defends its freedom and sovereignty over the maximum of its territory. And then we can talk about whether, when I think one probably no, the second probably yes. Well, who knows the conditions for joining NATO and the EU and the geopolitical situation? Then we have to be clear. I think it is not realistic for Ukraine to becoming a member of the EU and NATO. Many of you has attended the meeting with Prime Minister, including myself and Minister of the Interior, and even the Minister for European Affairs, Mikuláš Bek, said clearly that at this point, this is a question of decades of questions. So I must say I'm quite surprised to hear some of the very diverse opinions in the government. I will be brief. It will not be on us to decide. It will be on the free Ukrainians to decide. And if they are interested in joining the EU and NATO, then I think we should listen to their wishes. Of course, we don't know the time horizon, because that would be the main precondition for saying yes or no. But I think we should try to strive for yes, especially when it comes to the EU, and start taking the necessary steps as soon as possible. Well, I said yeah. I said no. I said no because I replied with one word. If you want to be NATO member, all 30 member states must agree. The same goes for EU. And for instance, we vote for Northern Macedonia, which has the prerequisites, but the situation behind closed doors is completely different than what is said during press conferences. So, which alliance wouldn't want the army that Ukraine has when we see how they fight, how courageous they are, how patriotic they are? So, I think that NATO should want such an army, but I understand that it has strong rules. So let's come to the refugees wave.
You've said that we have already 200,000 refugees or Ukrainians here. What is your estimates during the next month? I heard the number 750,000. Is it realistic? And how do you want to make sure that there is social peace, that people do not turn against Ukrainians? You said that the Czech Republic is able to accept 250,000 persons, but there'll be much more coming, and that perhaps we'll have to start building humanitarian camps. I hope that I remember all the questions, and I'll try to answer them one by one. We have a study that 250,000 persons coming to the Czech Republic can be accommodated in the accommodation capacities, centrally or private accommodation or accommodation provided by municipalities. So these are 250,000. I dare saying that we will reach it within a week. Right now, we have about 150 to 200,000 Ukrainians. And I want to also mention here all the disinformation that perhaps men are covertly coming. So a couple of figures. Out of about 100,000 persons, and this is statistical data, out of those who came and are registered, only 100 are not citizens of Ukraine, 100. And out of these 100 who came, there are persons who are of a different nationality, usually former post-Soviet republic, and their husband, because these are women, the husband is Ukrainian and the child is also of a Ukrainian nationality. So 80% out of adult population are women. Of the total population coming to the Czech Republic, 55% are children. These are war humanitarian refugees, and if we do not find side by side with Ukrainians, the only thing we can do is take care of women and children of these fighters, and this is what we do. So 250,000 we are able to accommodate. And for the next government meeting, we will present a document that will calculate costs of building humanitarian accommodation. It should not be those camps. We are just trying to find the sites where we could build better quality accommodation. But how many persons do you expect? You said that we are ready for 250,000 persons. But I want to hear some estimates. I'm sure you have information how many persons are in transit in Ukraine, still not actually going through the borders. Yes, we have the numbers. And right now we talk about 450,000 people who will go to the Czech Republic. But I can't tell you what will be the ceiling because we do not know what the development in Ukraine is going to be and how many persons will actually leave. We do the Czech Republic maximum too. First of all, and this is important for the security conference, to have an overview who is here to be registered. None of the Central European country has registered 100,000 refugees from Ukraine. But this is important for security. But are we ready mentally and from the material point of view to have 500,000 of refugees? But no one can predict the final number. Are we ready for that mentally? Well, I do apologize, but these questions are not specific. We have to be ready. We work on that. And when we talk about accommodation, how it is going to be depends on two things. First, it's the dynamic of the war and whether the diplomats will be successful in negotiations and stop Putin. If there are fights in big cities, there'll be more and more people fleeing. There was 5 million mentioned. And I also mentioned that yesterday at the ministers' conference. And we need to set the conditions for receiving the refugees. And we said them, yes, you will receive the permit, your children will be able to attend schools. And also other European countries need to reach this level, as the Czech Republic is very open and accepting refugees. And if it will not work similarly to other countries, the Czech Republic will be the first country with registered refugees. And then other countries should be open. And actually, I appealed on them. It's important to make sure what the situation is going to be, whether the people would stay in the Czech Republic or will be spread around the whole Europe. But well, Mr. Babiš, you refused refugees. Wouldn't it be that the other European countries will let us alone in it because you also didn't want to help with other refugees? Well, that's a question. That was illegal migration. And I was at the borders when the smugglers took 3,000 euros. And I also participated in various conferences. This is not organized by smugglers. And we should ask for money. Greece received $1 billion. The southern countries received billions of dollars for this migration. And that's actually V4. And Poland should go to the European Commission and ask for the same money as Greece, Spain, and Italy received. But it wasn't illegal migration in all the cases. Yes, it was. Well, I was there. I'm the only prime minister who was there at Frontex. We didn't want this illegal migration. We accept Ukrainians. They are close to us. They live here. They are Slavs. We can communicate with each other. It's something totally different. And the Ukrainians, I was at the border and I talked to them. There is a grandma with a daughter and they had to Italy. Of course, they had to Europe. But the biggest burden will be on V4 countries and we should ask for money. Mr. Pekarova, you shook your hand. had. Well, I just want to say that it's not true that it was only illegal migration. No. There was an effort to get children, orphans, children without parents, and in case they come from war zones, they are not illegal migrants. We talk about the same situation, but many people did not want to actually admit it. You know, there was an initiative to accept 50 children. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Mr. Okamura, you were against migration. Now with Ukrainian refugees, the situation is slightly different. So how are you going to try to support this government as far as support for Ukrainian refugees is concerned? I have to agree with what His Excellency said, that he hoped that the refugees would come back to their home country, and I agree with that. Our movement supports that. We support the humanitarian aid for the necessary period of time, and we also hear from our electorate that the government did not present any plan how to ensure sustainability of the healthcare system and of the labor market. Our citizens are worried that perhaps that their wages will not grow anymore, so we need to discuss it. And this government actually deleted 14 billion crowns for healthcare insurance companies, so that will present a threat to healthcare system. We know that there is a growing number of patients with respect to the Ukrainian refugee wave. It's the responsibility, full responsibility of the government, and we ask the government to present the plan about how to ensure social peace. And we do not have this information, but we agree that we need to provide help and assistance to mothers with children for the necessary period of time. But illegal migrants from Africa, no, we are against that. So what is the plan of the government to keep the social peace? To keep the schooling system, the social system, the healthcare system, if we have extra 500,000 of people and no one counting on having them here, so what would we do? This is an extraordinary situation. No one has expected it. The government responds and responds well. So there is a monitoring of those who arrive, and there is also the basic health screening. Many people offered accommodation capacities. The government also prepares accommodation capacities. There is the issue of schooling. No one knows how long this conflict is going to last. I wish that they could come back to Ukraine, but we just need to be ready for actually having them here until the conflict is resolved. And I say on my behalf, we need to utilize these couple of months to offer them language courses, to integrate them, to talk with the trade unions, with the Chamber of Commerce, etc., with regions, just to offer them possibilities so that they integrate into everyday life, so that they do not stay at home and look into empty walls. And the government is working. I will give you an example. A mother from Ukraine came, and she came with a child, but the child does not have a certification of vaccination. And if the child cannot be accepted into a kindergarten because of missing document, the mother cannot work. I will answer this specific question. There is a specific methodology document that says that the Ukrainians will document the vaccination, then the vaccination scheme applies the Ukrainian. And if they cannot prove the document that they were vaccinated or the child was not vaccinated, there will be a shorter cycle, a 4-week cycle of vaccination, and for 4 weeks the child will not be able to be placed in the kindergarten. And if the document is missing, there could be just document confirming that the vaccination was done. Is the system ready for that? Do we have vaccines, enough vaccines to vaccinate the children? Are you sure about that? Yes. I'm sure that we are coping with it right now. The system is ready. And can I respond to a couple of things? Well, I want to move on. You say that the Ukrainians come back home. So you estimate that Ukraine will defend its territory and all could come back home. That's the question. What's the result of the conflict if they want to go back and if they can? What the result is going to be? What do you think, Mr. Babiš? Well, no one knows it. I don't know. I just want to point out, well, we all believe that they will come back, but perhaps they will not want to or they will not have where to go to. Well, and we have mothers with children, but we need men. But we do not have them as they fight in Ukraine. And we have Ukrainians everywhere. And without Ukrainians, our construction industry wouldn't work. So hopefully we will have them. But now we need to deal with mothers and their children. And the healthcare system is a good question. The Ukrainian healthcare system is in ruins. I hear about horrible diseases, and our healthcare system will need to deal with it. And I'm not sure whether it's ready. Let's move to taxonomy. There will be Czech presidency. And that's something, is that something that you could actually discuss and to support the defense industry so that the banks also are willing to invest into this industry? I wanted to say something on the refugee topic. Could I say something on refugees? Yes, you can. Well, the basic question, whether we are able to accept 500,000, we should be able. This is a large enough country and rich enough country to cope with that, although we are not ready for that. These are true refugees. It's not a crowd of young men. 55% are children, and then the rest are women, and then senior population. We all pray, we all help, and we all pray for Ukraine to be a free country, and most of them will come back. And if not, and they decide to stay, I just found out, do you know what Aliyah is? You don't. That's the Jewish immigration to Israel. We heard about Israel here. Israel is much smaller country with more difficult conditions, economic, military. And during the times of disintegration of Soviet Union, they absorbed 200,000 a year in the first years, and then every year 100,000 until 2000. So if the Czech Republic is not able to accept 500,000, well, no. And are we ready for that mentally? Now we read information that women in expensive clothes and mobile phones and well-dressed, etc. And I try to explain, they lived a normal life as we, so it's nothing strange that they have normal clothes and expensive mobile phones. But are you ready to be confronted more frequently with disinformation against refugees because they will take their place in kindergartens and schools. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to explain that not only now we will help in the first wave, but that we will all pay for that, that we will all need to somehow economize?
Of course, and we are ready to defend this. We have to convince them, and we have to do so in order to succeed. As regards taxonomy, 1 year ago, when it was not a topic, I pointed it out that we would not be able to even produce tanks because there would be no armor plating available because of taxonomy. Because technologically, we cannot really produce it without leaving a carbon footprint. And 6 months later, and no one knew about it. And 6 months later, suddenly, at the Council of Ministers of Defense of the EU, it turned out that this taxonomy is going in that direction, and that over half ministers of defense of the EU member states not only had no idea about it, but did not even know what this taxonomy was. And this is tragic. This is truly tragic to see how some processes are happening. Now we've had this wake-up call, thank God. And should it be a topic for the EU? Yes, we've managed to introduce this danger, and we pointed out that basically it meant the end of the arms industry or defense industry in the EU, and we at least managed to achieve the fact that defense industry or the production of weapons will not be per se considered as something harmful. Because up until then, we thought that we were going to, create heaven on earth and that all the bad things, all the evil will disappear. But that's not true, and we can see right now, and the EU will have to adapt to it because otherwise we will not survive. Mr. Okamura, how should the Czech Republic approach its presidency of the Council of the EU? Should it be one of the topics? Well, as regards the presidency, I remember some 2 months ago when Petr Fiala said that the spike of energy prices will be resolved by our EU presidency. This is an illusion. It was even mentioned on TV. I was shocked by how out of reality Petr Fiala was. And do you remember my question? Yes, well, the presidency. Should it be a topic or should the taxonomy be? Well, there was not the word taxonomy in your question. Well, it was a follow-up question to what I asked MEP Vondra, whether taxonomy should be a topic of our presidency. Yes, well, as regards us, our movement should have one topic for the presidency, which would be referendum on leaving the EU. I'm saying it out loud, and our constituents wish it, regardless of what you think. And if we promised it to our constituents and they wish so, our electorate, then I'm in favor of it. But as regards, for instance, heavy equipment or heavy military equipment, we cannot really prevent it from having emissions. The same goes for ammunition. So should it be a topic? I ask once again, should it be a topic for the Czech presidency for the next 6 months during our presidency? Yes, there should be many topics, and if this topic is opened there as well, then if we want to strengthen our military and change our strategy, then of course it should be a topic. And if the taxonomy does not make it possible for us to arm ourselves, then we should also open this for discussion. There's another question from the auditorium in reaction to to what's going on in Ukraine, many countries are trying to catch up with the 2% threshold. Some are even exceeding it. How do you perceive it in the Czech conditions? 2% GDP defense spending within the next 2 to 3 years. Is it realistic? Is it a realistic estimate? Well, GDP in 2025 will be much higher than it is now. In 2012, since 2012, we've increased the GDP by 100%, and I cheer for Černochová if she convinces Stanjura that she achieves it. Then I'll go down on my knee and give her a big bouquet. I'm in favor of it. I'm all for it. But I'm not sure whether it is realistic. We talked about presidency, and Macron was the one who said that we Europeans, NATO members, have to think about what defensive measures Europe has, or what defensive instruments Europe has. And suddenly, look at Germany, who gives 1 billion extra. What nuclear powers do we have in Europe? UK and France, and UK left the EU, unfortunately. So Europe has to build, I'm not saying European army, but it needs to build up its military capabilities. This is a new situation, and finally Germany left behind its World War II complex and started arming itself. We also need to increase our armament. And if Minister Stanjura, today Minister of Finance, is looking at the budget the way he is, then, well, I'm not sure, but if it's realistic, but if Minister of Defense Černochová achieves it, then I'll be glad. Well, we received a budget from your government which was in a bad condition, but so we're trying to find savings in the budget. But since we talked about, or when you mentioned the common or the joint European army a few years back, then PESCO was signed, and European defense was suddenly a complementary force, and suddenly even Hungary is talking about some joint defense projects or specialized forces. So I think the development will go in this direction. And now I don't agree with Mr. Okamura. We cannot build a complex army. Even within NATO, the Czech Republic provides such units or parts where we have our excellence, such as the chemical unit. That's our area of excellence. We have cybersecurity experts. So let's invest some money from the 2% threshold into the area of cybersecurity, into new technologies or EDTs. So let's use the funds wisely. So let's say how we can spend the money, where we can spend it in order to find complementarities. Because there are many of us, and we have unity in diversity. So let's, at our share, let's contribute with our strength. So we shouldn't be trying to use, let's say, one motorized division if another member state has a better motorized division and so on. So we should use the complementarities. So a last question for everyone. His Excellency talked about the West continuing its support and increasing the sanctions. So what possibilities do we have when it comes to the sanctions? So Mrs. Pekarova, if you could start. I think that we should continue with the sanctions. So perhaps I will not be able to tell you any details that the EU is working on, but what's important is to stay united. This should not be taken for granted either. And in this regard, this is absolutely an unprecedented situation. And at the same time, this is something that will take weeks, perhaps even months. It's not a matter of days. So this unity will have to continue. Even though we've been united for the past 2 weeks, we have to preserve this unity because individual member states have their individual interests. And it shows, for instance, in the area of dependence on raw materials, on energy supplies from Russia and so on. So in this regard, I think that our main objective is to keep the unity. And when I'm listening to the debate today, I wonder whether the resolution that we adopted 2 weeks ago on the first day of invasion in the Chamber of Deputies, whether it would be supported with one voice as was 2 weeks ago, because 2 weeks ago, in face of the shock, everyone was willing to be united. So now I would like to ask you again to stay united, to keep the unity. Minister, how long do you think the West can keep Russia isolated? And now I don't mean only economic isolation, but also cultural isolation, sports events, and so on. Just like Mrs. Pekarová said, I think that if the West wants to stand by Ukraine, it needs to do so as long as Russia remains an aggressor in Ukraine. I don't see any other choice. If we start taking a step back, we lose the only advantage that we've achieved in this work, which was to surprise Putin by our unity, because we were able to achieve consensus very quickly given the European standards, and we came up with sanctions that, unlike during the Crimea crisis, hurt Russia very much and have real impact. So we have to preserve this, we have to continue doing this, and we are among the countries that promote sanctions most loudly. We also want to... So what other possibilities do we have? So we all know what we have. We've all read it, heard about it. Okay, but this is something that I'm trying to emphasize. I will try to emphasize once again at the Council of Ministers. During the first round, there were only 3 ministers in favor of stop issuing visas to Russian citizens, but I will try to propose it again. Also, there's a question of property of Russians. Have you seized some Russian property over the past 14 days? Russian property as such has not been seized by the government, but we can make sure that Russians cannot dispose or that it is not disposable. Have you adopted such measures? Well, I'm sure you understand that I cannot really talk about it. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Okamura, sanctions of the West against Russia. Well, the problem is, generally speaking, that the geopolitical situation caused a situation that Russia started to cooperate with China, and now we are faced with the Russian-Chinese bloc, and it is against the EU. So we are in a bad situation. And the second aspect that we cannot influence, say Europe, sanctions or no sanctions, but we cannot overlook this factor. So that's one factor. And the second is energy dependence. We are dependent on Russian gas. And in this moment, the Czech Republic or Germany are not ready, or even Italy are not ready to increase the sanctions significantly, because we can see what it does on the energy markets. It's not just a question of the Green Deal, it's also a question of the war, the spike in energy prices. So we talked about it in the Chamber of Deputies today. The government proposed no alternative. For instance, Poland decreased VAT, or Slovakia kept the prices, but we have not introduced anything like that. So now the question is to what extent these sanctions can remain in place without us having social unrest here in the Czech Republic, because our people cannot buy food and basic stuff. Yes, but in Ukraine, there. Yes, you talked about high energy prices. Well, is it appropriate to talk about energy prices when there are maternity hospitals being bombed and people are dying? Well, I think we discussed this right at the beginning, that we condemn the aggression. I think it is clear that we support humanitarian assistance. But you motivate. No, but right now. And I think that the previous governments neglected it. We have to build our energy self-sufficiency. We have to stop being dependent on Russia.
Jaká sankce ještě, kterou vy byste si uměl představit a mohla by...
Is there any sanction that you can imagine that would work? Mr. Vondra, yes, definitely, and I'll talk about it. But you started the question by referring to the Ukrainian ambassador. Well, I thought, and I was a diplomat, that an ambassador is perhaps a useless position in the digital world. But what His Excellency Ukrainian ambassador shows to us is the huge rehabilitation of this position. He always speaks as needed. He talks to those who make decisions, who make public speeches. Every citizen knows about him and knows him. He speaks at huge squares, at demonstrations, and I really appreciate it. And it is sad that this tragic situation actually makes people to great performances. The same applies to the Ukrainian president. Of course, there is the sanction that was on the table for the past 2 or 3 days, and yesterday or the day before yesterday, it was refused by Germany and the Netherlands, and that is to cut the rest of the banks from SWIFT, and that means payments that Russia is getting for their gas. Yes, that's the Gazprom Bank and others. Thank you. We have still 3 speakers. Mr. Bartoszek. Whether we like it or not, we need to talk to Russia. That's the reality. All the sanctions go in the direction that Russia needs to understand that the act of war and act of aggression is unacceptable for the democratic world. I think that sanctions should go in 2 directions. First, Europe should cut from Russian gas and oil as soon as possible. Second, Ukraine needs to have enough funds to protect its own skies. And we need to say clearly that Russia needs to be realistic about the state, that their economy very much depends on the European countries and Western countries. I was waiting for a full stop. I want to say that the sanctions that are planned, including extension of the list of oligarchs, and not to provide public funds in tenders, also European funds to companies that have ties or are owned by oligarchs supporting Putin. There is still plenty of them. The business sector, similarly to COVID situation, try to help. Look at how the companies work that are able to say, okay, we will stop exporting our goods, we close our branches and plants. And that is unlike the digital world that tries to keep the communications. And we are talking about important companies who say, well, for us, Putin's regime is such that we will not do the business. The symbol is the leaving of McDonald's from Russia. But from Well, it was always the symbol of the Western world, and companies are closing down their branches, and it's the right gesture. It's not about politics. It's not about, politicians and diplomats. It's about companies with their business. This aggression means that that's the end. And we'll see what the Russians will tell to Putin's. And what about you, Mr. Babiš, that you have in your fund? Are you still making business with Russia? Well, do not read what Slonkova writes. So your companies that are in the trust make no business with Russia for a long, long time. It was after... No, but I want to say something, because I'm quite good at it, and I was also participating in the EU and NATO meetings. We were united. And then those MiGs, Polish MiGs, the Americans will not send it because we are all afraid of a nuclear war. Second, sanctions, we are also came to the limits. Well, the Germans without the Russian gas, that would be economic disaster. That's why they refuse it. The Czech Republic buys 100% of its gas from Russian sources. So sanctions will not bring anything more. Yes. We cut off Putin from the free democratic world. That's true. Yes, and thus he got even closer to China. But what is important is that Lavrov and Mr. Koloba have met, but they have not reached any agreement. But we say we want to have a buffer zone from Putin, the aggressor. We do not want to have him at the borders of the NATO borders. And Putin says that they do not want to have NATO at his border. And Zelensky says they do not want to join NATO and EU. So is this the right direction? I don't know. We want to finish this conflict. And if you have another solution, why do they speak to Putin? Shouldn't Ukraine decide? Macron and Merkel were there in October 2018. I was on Charles Bridge when Macron talked to Putin. And today it's about we are getting closer, and it's important for Ukraine to agree with Russia. And if Macron talked with Putin for 2 hours, but we do not want war, we do not want people dying, we do not want bombardment of hospitals, we want the war to end. And somebody needs to reach it. But Ukraine is a partner country of the NATO with the same status as Sweden, Finland, Australia. Yes, that's a difficult topic. But I don't know whether we want war. Do we want nuclear war? We do not want people dying in Ukraine. And further sanctions will not bring anything. And it needs to be negotiated at the level of Russia and Ukraine. And that's a good change, but I have not reached any agreement. So thank you very much for having Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Vít Rakušan, Tomio Okamura, Alexander Vonda, Jan Bartošek, Ivan Bartoš, and Andrej Babiš. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dámy a pánové, děkuji za vaši aktivní účast na...
Thank you very much for your active participation at the conference. And now traditionally a glass of wine hosted by race service. Thank you.